afternoon and welcome to night number 5 here, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, for the European Cricket Network here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Portugal, where we've got 2 more games as we see the Coimbra Knights. They'll be taking on the Gamblers SC team here in Coimbra. And we're just about ready to go to tournament referee Tyrone Peters for the all-important toss.
All right, Chris. All right, Jits. Good. Good back. All right. Jitsu, there's your tails. There's your heads. Call when it's in the air. Heads a call. Tails it is. What are you going to do? We're going to have a ball. You're going to have a ball. Good luck. Good luck, Jitsu. Good luck. Good luck.
From the toss, well, skipper Chris Redhead for the Coimbra Knights. They have chosen to bowl here in the first game this evening. And we're going to see again Junai Khan, who is up there for the wickets for the Coimbra Knights, but also the skipper himself. He's the leading wicket taker here in the tournament at the moment, and he's certainly going to be taking a hand in the middle overs for the Coimbra Knights. And there's going to be no surprise that we're also going to be looking forward to seeing Kuldeep Golia for the Gamblers SC, and he is one of the top scorers, if not he is the top scorer in this tournament for the Gamblers SC. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but we're almost ready to get underway here. So let's go over to the commentary box for the first delivery of this match. And welcome to the commentary box, where you join myself, Charlie Hunt, for this very important game in the contest of this tournament, as we're about to see match 11 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, as the Coimbra Knights make their way out onto the field. A very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. As we take a look at the squads at the moment, well, these two, pretty similar tournaments so far. 2 wins, 2 losses, both for these teams, but you can see there's a few new names, both Tony Mcdade and alongside James Smallman. They come into the lineup for the Coimbra Knights. And then also, well, there's a big name coming in, Raul Imran, who there's a lot of buzz around him and in and around the ground about his name, and there's plenty of excitement coming up here, and there's no surprise that we're going to see opening up the bowling for the Coimbra Knights is going to be that man Junai Khan, and there you are. So Raul Imran coming out alongside that man Kuldeep Golia, top of the run scorers at the moment in this tournament, performing exceptionally well early on here in Portugal. And again, a huge welcome to everyone watching on our YouTube channel. If you are doing so, do get involved in the YouTube chat. I can see James Stewart alongside Mike Seal, Tahan Rahman as well in the chat. A very good warm welcome to you, and I have to say that it's another scorcher of a day here. It's a bit of a what might be actually classed as a smoke cloud over the ground at the moment. There's I think there might have been a bit of a wildfire, but we're all safe here and we're almost ready to get underway. Hopefully there's only going to be electrical fires of absolute pure electricity of exhilarant cricket out in the middle this evening. There you are, that's that man Junai Khan, who's been a vital influence for the Coimbra Knights, both at the top of the order with bat, but also opening up with the ball here, and he's going to be backed up again with the likes of many other bowlers in this team. We're almost ready to get underway. There's a bit of a delay, as you can see. Umpire there, Tyrone Peters, tournament referee, is getting us underway alongside Gertrude Hazen, who's the other standing umpire. And the third official, the third umpire for this game, is Conrad Greenshields. And we're almost ready to get underway. And I know that many people have been tuning in for the start of the Super Series, and what a first day we had. Very interesting few games. We're ready to get underway here with Junai Khan. Starts well and solidly met with the full face of the bat from Kuldeep Golia, who's in fine touch at the moment. As I mentioned previously, top of the standings with the bat in this tournament. And he's going to be looking to impress once again. Now these two teams, I feel like we're going to see a bit of a even match up here. Some names coming in for both teams, both providing different aspects of cricket. This time on the drive, and there is a man there, and it's Balvinder Singh, and he comes through, and it's just a dot ball. So good start here in the field early on for the Coimbra Knights. This is Fuller, and this is flash and flash hard. This is going to run away down the hill. It's going to take some stopping, but the man doesn't quite get there. And they're going to come through, and it's the first boundary, and it's Cuatro Carreiras here in Portugal early on in match number 11 here. It's not easy coming around down that little bit of a hill there, visible on screen. And just getting this one all wrong. And it's an early boundary hit in the first over for Gamblers SC. That's an outstanding comeback from Junaid Khan. And well, the man with the gloves once again is Girish Singh, coming off of the back of an absolutely outstanding game with the gloves last time round. 5 dismissals, 6 if you're including a run-out that he was involved in. 5 caught behinds. James Smallman as well is a very capable wicketkeeper, I'm being told. Places into the leg side. There's a man there. Tries to get a hand out, but to no success. And it's a second 4 runs here in the first over. And it's that man again, Kuldeep Gulia. Junaid Khan doesn't really get much movement. And this is just a flick of the wrist into the leg side. And it runs away for 4 runs here. Good to see Mike Seal. Well, he's saying, I'm still getting over yesterday's golden ball. And, well, you have to say that we had one of the best days, well, one of my best days on the European Cricket Network for sure, with that golden ball. It was thrilling to see, and there's highlights of it if you go on to European Cricket Network on all social medias. Fuller again, and this time doesn't quite get all of it. Straight to the man, and they end up coming through. Just the 1 run. Good take from Girish Singh. Wasn't made easy for him there. Bit of a slip, but ends up taking it safely one-handed. And it brings us to the close of the first over. And after 1 over, Gamblers SC are 9 for none. So we take a look at the bat versus ball wall of match 11 here, the FanCode European Cricket T10. Coimbra Knights expecting around the 94 mark, but importantly, the Gamblers SC looking around the 96. Again, I was at the start of the week saying that the par score would be around the 130 mark, but I have a feeling that I think you can get up towards 100. You're in play, and you're going to back yourselves to defend a total such as 100. We're going to see Manjeet Singh now for the Coimbra Knights, opening up in the second over. It's a good start from Singh. This one just getting a little bit stuck in his crease, doesn't get those feet moving, but we saw him play some outstanding shots in his innings where he ended up scoring an outstanding total of 57 not out. Oh, this one just looking to play this into the leg side, but just pulls up in the pitch. I know there's a few people asking throughout the last few hours, just saying, well, the pitch is misbehaving a little bit, but the roller's been out on it, so hopefully we're going to see a bit more consistency in the pitch here. Also good to see Prakash Gowda saying, "Try looks like a Paul Sterling." Well, if I can hit the ball like Paul Sterling, I'll be pretty happy. Well, and I tell you, a man who hits it almost as good as Paul Sterling, it's that man, once again, Kuldeep Gulia. All the runs coming off of his bat so far. And this time, it's the first 6 corridas here in Portugal. And again, just takes a little step down the track. It's a bit of a slot delivery from Manjeet Singh. And he gets punished back over his head. 6 of the best from Gulia here. Well, there's an appeal, and I think he's gone. He's walking. Doesn't wait for the umpire's call. So what a comeback from Manjeet Singh. Pulls his length back, and he manages to get the breakthrough. And Kuldeep Gulia, the in-man for the Gamblers SC, has to go. And they are fallen to 15 for 1. And once again, it's another caught behind for Girish Singh. So the man with the golden gloves, really, at the moment, gets another wicket for himself. And Kuldeep Gulia has to go for just 15 runs. 15 off 10. Was looking very comfortable, but he's going to be annoyed with himself that he's not able to kick on after making a start there.
Great take, DJ again. Come on. Come on, Vicky, come on.
James Church saying, I wouldn't mind donning the Gamblers kit. Very Bumblebee and appropriately more than meets the eye. I tell you what, I have to say that the kits around Portugal, certainly that I've seen, especially the Lisbon Capitals, have been next to almost brilliant. As this one, well, I was talking about that pitch misbehaving. And this is a short delivery, and it barely gets above the ankles. And the new batsman, who is Ankush Kumar. Kumar's just saying, well, that's not a very nice first delivery to be given there. This time just drop some runs into the leg side and they will come through for a single. So that man again is going to be key here for the Gamblers SC. Ankush Kumar. He's number 6 on the total run scorers. He's got 83. Well, that's now 84 in this tournament. And at the end of the second, Gamblers SC losing the 1 wicket. The big man had to go. They are 16 for 1. And it has to be said that there's a bit of a worrying scene on that pitch. Sometimes just getting a little bit low. We take a look at the standings. So at the moment, all teams having played 4 games now. Malakalanda's at the top by only by the 2 runs, having taken a loss to the Gamblers, who are obviously taking on the Coimbra Knights sat in 3rd. So a bit of a top of the table, mid-table clash here, and we're going to see Janai Khan into the 3rd for the final over the power play. This is full, and Tyrone Peters raises the finger, and it's another huge wicket. Another man who they've relied on for their runs in this tournament, Ankush Kumar. I think he knew straight away that this was plump, and he has to go. And the Gamblers there now 16 for 2. This one looked almost dead on. Steps across, in swinging delivery. He's so full. Hits him just above the ankle on the stumps. And Tyrone Peters isn't scared to give the signal, and he has to go. An elation for the Coimbra Knights, starting off ever so strongly here, up against a strong Gamblers SC side. As the next batsman, Amandeep Kokar, has got a lot of work to do with the new player, Rao Imran, who's yet to face a delivery in this game. Opened, he hasn't faced a delivery yet. And Shrug, asking what the pitch is laid on. I'm not too sure what the pitch is laid on underneath. I think it's a mixture of gravel and the usual of what's underneath the AstroTurf pitch, but it's just misbehaving ever so slightly. Not to a point where it's affecting the cricket too effectively. The new man now facing up against Janai Khan. Played into the leg side, and they could be close here. A bit of yes, no, maybe. So the Gamblers SC looking a little bit nervous at the moment out in the middle. And a very good afternoon to Prakash Gowda alongside Sudit Yadav, Chris Smith as well, and Riyasad joining us in the chat. A very good afternoon to you. There's just a very good feeling going on about the games this afternoon. Just getting a bit of an inside edge on this one, and they're going to come through safely for the single. And once again, well, continuing the trend after yesterday, plenty of direct hits we saw yesterday. You can take a look here. Gertu stays and keeping a close eye, but it's close pretty safely. Again, outstanding bowling this from Janai Khan. 1 for 10 off of 1.3 overs. He's got half of an over to negotiate now, but a man with a lot of pressure on his shoulders comes into the team. Rao Imran facing up for his first delivery in the tournament. And looking to go big straight away. This is going to be an inside edge. It's going to run away. So he starts off with a boundary. Not the most confident of shots, but certainly going to release a little bit of pressure on the Gamblers. And it's another boundary for the Gamblers SC. Again, good movement from Janai Khan. Getting it to swing like a yo-yo. Almost like he's got the ball on a bit of a string. And Imran gets off the mark straight away. And this time, chooses to hold this one outside the off stump. And Imran isn't able to get this away. And it's a dot ball with 1 delivery remaining here in the 3rd. And I have to say, a huge shout out to all the crew in Italy at the moment, and a huge congratulations to Nikki Chowdhury on a very, very successful first day in the commentary box here on the European Cricket Network. I know that there's many viewers here that would have been tuning in, and nothing but good things to say about her performance. And there's also Vinny Enrico, and this one is going to slice through. So this time Rao Imran showing what he's made of here early on. And he ends the power play with a confident shot through the covers. And it's another cuatro carreras hit. So a good end to the power play. Bit of a mixed bag here for both teams. 2 wickets falling for the Gamblers. But going at 25 for 2 after their 3. Going at just above 8 and over. So going to be interesting to see how the Coimbra Knights play out the rest of this innings. Obviously they've got the skipper, top of the wickets table at the moment, Chris Redhead. Mentioned him in the intro earlier on. And he's certainly going to be looking to take an effect. Not afraid to stick it up there, giving themselves an opportunity. But we're going to see Manjeet Singh continue here. Starts with a fuller delivery, and Amandeep Kokar, a bit early on this one. Ends up playing it almost one-handed, but they end up coming through for the 1 run. Prakash just asking Charlie, bro, what's the time? I can tell you, it's currently just coming up to 5:15 local time. So 12 minutes past 5. Mike's saying the Italian sound looked really good. It certainly did, especially in the Super Series week. Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. Doing Rahul Imran, all ends up. And this one squares him almost, all ends up. Doesn't make Kipper. Good delivery early on in this second over from Manjeet Singh. Well, gets this one all wrong. It's a hit me ball, it's a Gandhi ball. And it's dispatched into the leg side for another 6 corridas here in Portugal. Again, a bit of a nothing delivery just in the slot and in the arc. And you can tell that Rahul Imran, he's here, he means business. He now moves, races along to 8 off of 4. Well, and again, this time it's 2 full. And it's going to go, and it's going to be given as, say, 6 runs, but I think going to be corrected. I think that might have gone for 4. In fact, we take another look here. Nope, it's gone all the way, so it is going to be 6 corridas. As it looked as if it almost was inside the rope, but it sailed over all the way for another 6 runs. So consecutive 6s here. As there was a little bit of confusion as to what the time is, but I can tell you it is certainly now 5:15. Takes a step forward. This has gone high. It'll take some catching. The 2 fields converge. I don't think they're going to get there. And it's going to be another boundary. So a 3rd consecutive boundary in a row. And this time, not 6, it's 4. But it certainly goes towards the total. And Rahul Imran looking like he is on fire early on here for the Gamblers SC. 2 fielders coming round. Lavai Saini was one of them. Wasn't able to get anything on this. So Manjeet Singh getting a bit of treatment here. 17 off of the over still. Well, that's not going to help us. This is going to be another 6 runs. So what a 4th over hit for the Gamblers SC. Certainly helps them in this proceedings. 23 coming off it, and at the end of the 4th, the Gamblers are 48 for 2. Manjeet Singh getting this one all wrong. Goes 2 full once again. It's a full toss. And Rahul Imran, well, he's raced along to 30 off of just 8 deliveries now, making it look very easy out in the middle. And there you go. There's a look at the stats gun. So once again, no surprise there. Kuldeep Golia, top of the standings. And again, obviously mentioned Chris Redhead as well. And there's a bit of food talk, obviously, here in the evening, as Balwinder Singh is into the attack. Short delivery, swatted into the leg side just for 1 run. And importantly, getting Rahul Imran back on strike. But now, once again, there's obviously, with these evening games, there's a lot of chat about food. Chris Smith saying he's just had a KFC for evening food. What a way to start the week. Well, once again, this has been hit into the offside. Well, he abused the leg side first up. Now he moves on to the offside, and it's again 6 corridas here for the Gamblers SC. It's a half volley outside the off stump, and Rahul Imran looking like a handful here for the Coimbra Knights. So Balwinder Singh getting a bit of treatment with his first delivery. Oh, going for a big swing into the leg side again, Rao Imran. Getting this one wrong. And there's a lot of talk about food. Do let us know what you're all having for your evening meal, or you're after, or for lunch, or wherever you are in the world. And again into the leg side. Doesn't get all of this. It's a bit of a bottom edge. He's too early on it. This could work from Lavi Saini, and they come through for just the one run. As Rao Imran now moves to 37 off of just 11 deliveries. Outstanding hitting here. Be interesting to see how he moves on through the next few overs, as they're crucial for both teams. Just played into the offside, straight to the bowler. It's good work from Balwinder Singh. Dot ball against Amandeep Kokar. And again, there's a bit more of a breeze here today. Coming left to right across your screens. And again in the slot really, but this time missing out again is Kokar. And at the end of the fifth, at the halfway stage, Gamdas SC a 56 for 2. Prakash Gowda putting an early shout in for a nickname for Rao Imran, saying, I'm officially naming Rao Imran as the devil hitter. Very inventive from you, Prakash. I like it. I'm liking the sound of that. Take a look here at the batting figures here, the batting stats. Starting off well, 3 boundaries, but then had to go. And then Ankush Kumar again, a key wicket. But Rao Imran doing a lot of the work here. 37 off 11. It's Chris Redhead into the attack. Well, starts with a bit of a hit me ball, and this is going to go into the stand, and it's another 6 corridas, and Rao Imran now moves into the 40s. And there's a serious possibility of Rao Imran taking the game away from the Coimbra Knights here. Looking in fine form. Chris Redhead, we've seen him do it before. He has got a comeback in him. He certainly needs one here. Well, it's not the comeback that he would have wanted, as this sails towards Shubhanan in the stand. Manages to get out of the way of this one, and it's another boom, 6 corridas here in Portugal. Flat, he hits this flat and hard, and anything in the slot, and it's just going the distance. Shubhanan in the firing line. Check the ball, make sure it's in a decent state. But Imran, well, he's now only 1 away from what would be an sensational half century here. Well, he carves this one away, and what a way to bring up your half century. And that's 50 up for Rao Imran on his debut in this tournament, and it comes off of just 14 deliveries. Take another look here. Chris Redhead. Well, you feel a little bit hard on him. However, he's not the only one that's beginning a bit of tap, as anything in Rao Imran's arc is just going the distance here. And again, this time into the leg side. And it's going to be yet another 6. So this is outstanding hitting. And Rao Imran, he's making the most of the conditions here, abusing both the square boundaries, and it's another 6 here in Portugal. Shrug, well, he's asking the question, what's the fastest 50 in European Cricket Network? Well, I think there's some early calls here of possibly seeing 3 figures here. And again into the leg side. So Chris Redhead trying to change things up. Tries to change his angle, but this time he doesn't quite do the trick. And it's another 6 corridas from Raul Imran. And he now moves into the 60s off of only 16 deliveries. Well, we could be on for something special here. And again, full. This time it's too full and it races away along the floor and it's another boundary. And it brings an end to what can only be described as a hellish over from Chris Redhead and the Coimbra Knights. They're under the cush here. And it's Raul Imran doing the destruction. It's another 4 runs. And at the end of the 6th, 32 off the over. Gamblers SC are 88 for 2. And what a bit of hitting we're seeing there. Well, you feel for that man, Chris Redhead. He's the #1 wicket taker in this tournament, but he's just been taken on and he's been met with an absolute force, and that force is called Raul Imran. Kokada this time. Sensible cricket, just into the offside, and it gets the dangerous man of Imran back on strike. 69 off of 17 deliveries. Well, there's just no stopping this man at the moment. It's stand and deliver stuff, and this is just outrageous. Another 6 runs here. Good Ajit Singh. Getting the treatment again in this over. Things are just getting worse for the Coimbra Knights. This time trying to hit this over. Run the first one hard, but it's not hard enough as Janai Khan comes in. And it's a blessing hit for the Coimbra Knights as it's just the 1 run. As Wazza jumps in the chat, and what a time to join, saying you've been lurking. Well, I hope you've seen what's going on at the moment. Imran 76 off of 19 deliveries. Kokar looking to get into the action, pushes this into the offside, and it will just be 1 run. What an addition to the team this is, and it's Imran on strike again. Wow, this is huge, but he's not got all of it. It's gone up, and it's been put down. Well, you just have to ask how expensive that drop could be, and it's Balwinder Singh in front of me. He's furious with himself. He tried to take it on the 2nd and 3rd attempt, bit of a juggling act, and eventually he puts this one down. And it's an expensive drop as Raul Imran is dropped on 76. Kokar looking to get in on the action. And this is hit better and flat, but it's going to plug. And again, Balwinder Singh comes round and takes it cleanly. It's all happening here in Portugal. Big 6s being hit left, right and centre. Bit of a quieter over that one. And at the end of the 7th over, Gamblers are 74. Correction, 99 for 2. And there you go. You take a look at the stats gun. Well, Redhead is top at the moment. And Golia and Gimide level, I should say, as well. But I tell you what, well, this innings, Raul Imran, he's going to be getting up there. If he continues to carry on as he is here, he's not going to be far away. What we're going to see now, James Smallman, again in for the first time in this tournament. Give it a bit of a tweak. Starts down the leg and they come through and it brings the danger man back on strike. So not what the Coimbra Knights would have wanted. It's an outside edge. And it's going to run away, and Tony Mcdade does the work. And Shrug doing the job for me, saying fastest 50 was off 10 deliveries, so no record. There you go. Wow, this has gone high, and there's a man under it again. And this time he takes it. James Smallman comes on, and it doesn't cost Balvinder Singh too much. Not too expensive or costly was that drop. But the damage is already done as Rao Imran has to go 77 off of 22 deliveries. And the Gamblers are 100 for 3. You can see a sigh of relief as soon as he held that catch. And Rao Imran makes his way off to applause from all around as he has to go 77 off of just 22 deliveries. Outrageous striking from the batsman. And the new batsman to the crease. Well, what a time to come in. No pressure on you whatsoever. Already a score that is above par. 100 for 3 with 2.5 overs remaining. James Smallman, who is normally a keeper, coming on and getting the big breakthrough in this over. On the sweep, there's a man out there, but it's going to evade him. So that new batsman, Devander Mela, gets underway. Carries on where Imran takes off. And Mela starts off with 4 runs here. Again, Fuller outside the off stump. There's a man there, but it's going to sail over. So an interesting over here. Gets the big wicket, but has gone for 10 in 2. And it's 6 corridas for Devander Mela. And this is just an example of a quality team. Someone like Rao Imran gets out, but the new man comes in and continues where he left off. And this one is going to be given as a wide, but good work from Girish Singh. There's an appeal from Smallman. And they're going to come through, and it's going to be 1 leg bye. And that leg bye is going to bring us to the end of the 8th. Gamblers are 111 for 3. So once again, a very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Good to see a good bit of conversation going on. And well, if hitting like that doesn't deserve a hit of the like button, and also do subscribe to the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, as we're just a couple of hundred away from hitting 300,000 subscribers. So please do hit that subscribe button. Doing so ensures that you won't miss out on any cricket here. It's free, so why not? And we're now going to see continuing here into the 9th with just a single to start. And this time into the leg side, but it's straight to Manjeet Singh. Well, there's a misfield, and they're going to come through, and they do come through pretty safely for 2 runs. So the misfield, costly here, and you've already had some big runs hit against you. Every run is crucial now to try and defend. Well, you have to say that a direct hit, and he would have been gone. Kokar now on strike 9 of 11. Goes for a big swing. Girish Singh gets this one all wrong. And it's a direct hit again. But it's just the 1 bye. That one stinging a little bit for Girish Singh. It's home comfortably in the end. It's the base of the stumps. Slashes this one away, but it's good work from Tony Mcdade. And they come through for just the 1 run. This is high in the leg side. There's a man underneath it. And I think has he put it down? Or I think he's taken it cleanly. So Manjeet Singh takes the catch out in the deep on again on the second time of asking. And Gurjeet Singh gets his first wicket in the game. Scott Card was looking to get on with things, but this one just picks out the man and eventually takes it cleanly. And it's another wicket, and the Gamblers SC are 117 for 4. So the new batsman to the crease is the left-handed Parveen Singh, who will be looking to get a breakthrough early on, as he'll most likely be opening the bowling for the Gamblers SC. Well, Singh starts off and he's not really ready, waiting around. He's clearly here for a good time, not a long time. Tries to play this into the leg side, but it's a top ball to finish. So a good over from Gurjeet Singh. Just 5 off it, and the wicket as well. And at the end of the night, the Gamblers are 108. It's 117 for 4. So again, we're getting on here, and we're cutting into the final over, and it's going to be spin to bowl this, the 10th over here, as going to see James Smallman. Who's almost ready to bowl and get us underway for the final over here of the first innings of match number 11. And it starts with a dot ball. So Smallman, pace off, showing this is how you do it. 1 for 12 off of his first. Going to look to keep it tight here in the final over. Advances, and good work from Gurjeet Singh. Once again proving why he's the man with the gloves at the moment. And James Smallman gets his second in this tournament. And, well, Devander Mehta looking to get on with things here. Gets this one all wrong. Good bit of work. Very quick, didn't even have a chance. And Tyrone Peters, one of the easiest decisions he'll ever make. And it's another wicket. And the Gamblers, the GSC, are 117 for 5. So the new batsman, Ranjit Narayan. There's only one thing that he can do here. He's got to start swinging. They've got a good total, but the Coimbra Knights, they like to surprise us here, and they'll feel comfortable on their home ground. There's also a ladies team here, the Miranda Maidens, as we continue on here. Into the leg side. There's a man there, Chennai Khan, but he's not going to get round and cut that off. So Ranjit Narayan get things underway, and it starts with 4 runs into the leg side. And even Chennai Khan, who has been a bit of a talisman here for the Coimbra Knights, unable to get a hand on this one. This is again flighted up, gives it above the eye line, and then I am trying to play this one into the offside, really straight down the ground, but doesn't get it on anything on it, and it's just a 1 run. So actual confirmation from the main man himself, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, informing me that it's 12 balls for 50, 28 balls for 100. So it could have been done there if our Imran carried on, but it wasn't to be. This is Fuller again, it hit into the offside, but the man, Manjeet Singh, and it's just going to be the 1 run. So final delivery here, and it's Narayan on strike. Looks into the leg side, and it might run away, and it will do. So a strong finish to what has been a very strong batting performance here from the Gamblers SC, and it's 4 runs to finish. And at the end of their 10 overs, they finish on 127 for 5. And they walk off and they can feel happy. But again, it's all down to one man, really. No one else getting starts. Only Kuldeep Goliath looking comfortable. But there was one man who was the destroyer for the Gamblers, and it was Rao Imran with a strike rate of 350. Well, he's there. He joined Kuldeep Goliath, and he started well, hitting 2 4s and a 6, and had some lovely cricket shots, as we're come accustomed to here on the European Cricket Network from Goliath. He's got a job to do later on with the gloves in this game. But then that was one of the big hits into the leg side. But then he ended up nicking behind, and he ended up having to go as he made 15 off of 10 deliveries. And it was a good ball from Manjit Singh. He got dispatched, but then had a good comeback, and it was a good take from Giddy Singh, who's had another impressive outing with the gloves. And then the new batsman, well, he had to go pretty early. Ankush Kumar getting an outstanding delivery and good spell from Jane Khan once again at the top of the order. 1 wicket for 18 off of his 2 overs. Not the best from him, but he would have felt. But then the onslaught, well, that begun, didn't it? 77 off of 22 deliveries, with 54 of those runs coming in 6s. 9 6s from the man on your screen at the moment, Rao Imran. And it was all over the park. It wasn't just into the leg side. There were some big hits down the ground, alongside some huge hits into the offside as well, getting over the covers. And this one, well, it went high, and it kept on going, and it ended up just falling 1 bounce into the boundary. But it has to be said that he was on for a record. He wouldn't have been far away if he kept on hitting it the way he was. He only had 6 more deliveries to get to that 100 to even match the record here on the European Cricket Network, but there was just no stopping him. And continue on, you take more looks here, and well, Chris Redhead, normally being one of the better bowlers for the Coimbra Knights, but he had a bit of a tough time coming in when Imran was hitting absolute bombs left, right and centre. And Chris Redhead, not the best day for him, and he's going to want to forget this outing for him pretty quickly. 32 runs off of his 1 over. And you can see that there was just no stopping him. Chris Redhead, well, he's an experienced player here, and that one was to bring up his 50. And it's certainly going to be an innings that we will remember for quite some time here in Portugal. Some of the best hitting that I've seen all around the world. Strong off the hip, but also anything in the arc, it was punished. There was no margin for error for the bowlers, and he ended up just swatting it. It was such ease with ease. But this one, well, this went high. He was dropped early on, but it didn't cost them too much, as eventually he was caught by that man on your screen at the moment, Manjit Singh. And it was a good bit of bowling from the new man into the team, James Smallman, 2 for 22 off of his 2 overs. And it wasn't really much going for the Gamblers after that. A few good shots into the leg side, as we've surely come accustomed to, as the square boundaries, this time into the offside. Another huge, beautiful 6 into the offside. But the square leg boundaries are so short, obviously, with the history of this being a former football ground, just below the 50-metre mark. And then, well, that was a good bit of work. Quick stumping from Giddy Singh, again proving to be an excellent keeper for the Coimbra Knights. And then Ranjit Narayan. As Ranjit Narayan came in, and he only had one thing on his mind. He ended up with 2 4s to his name. But don't go anywhere, as we will be back in around 10 minutes or so. So grab a snack, grab a drink, and you will return as you are watching match number 11 here of the FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here as we are watching the Gamblers SC making their way to the middle after what can only be described as an excellent display of power hitting, as they ended up on 127 for 5 off of their 10 overs. But there was only really one man that did the damage, and it was Raul Imran, 77 off of 22 deliveries. And there you can see, well, the man on the left, Junaid Khan, he's, I believe, in the top 5 run scorers at the moment in this tournament. And that man, James Smallman, now he's coming into the team here this evening. And, well, he is usually a man to take on the gloves. Plays quite a lot of cricket back in the UK. But also, he, well, he's obviously a handy bowler. He ended up with the best figures, 2 for 22 off of his 2 overs. But he's going to be moved straight into the top of the order for the Coimbra Knights. And there is, again, no surprise that we're seeing the left arm of Parveen Singh opening up for the Gamblers GSC here in Portugal. And a very good evening to all of our viewers all around the world, whether you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, the ECN European Cricket Network. If you are, do subscribe, as we are edging ever closer to 300,000 subscribers, and forever growing the game of cricket in Europe. But again, and also a very good warm welcome to all of our viewers out in India. I hope you're all well and enjoying a bit of late night cricket for all of you in India, as we're almost set to get underway. And it's going to be the left arm of Parveen Singh over the wicket to Junaid Khan to get the response underway. And this starts, and they're going to come through, and they come through pretty quickly and safely for the 1 run. So off the mark straight away, and the first run's on the board for the Knights. So fair to say that James Smallman coming in, he's got a bit of pressure on his name here. He is a coach back in the UK as well. Wow. There's an appeal, and there was a half an appeal, which ended up being a full appeal. And James Smallman, he has to go early on. He goes for a golden duck. And this now means that the Coimbra Knights lose their first wicket with just 1 run on the board, and it's 1 for 1 early on in the first over. And it's interesting there to see, as that one, it's an interesting one, is it? There was also close contact between the bat and the pad. You see here, comes down, and you just wonder, unless, take another look, well, I think he might have been a little bit hard done by there, as I have to say that the sound was a little bit thick, wasn't really very woody, and ended up coming, I think that might have been flicked off the pad, so he's a little bit unlucky there, this Smallman, but he walks, and he has to go. And the new batsman to the crease is Vikash Kumar. And James saying, Charlie, are you going to voluntarily dive under the ice bucket too? Now, I am aware of someone mentioning the ice bucket, but you'll have to explain to me, as I was a little bit busy today doing a few things. So please explain, you'll have to explain to me what has happened in Italy and what the discussion was. I know, if you do know, let me know. And this time again, back of a length, and Parveen Singh. Vikash Kumar, it's nothing on this one. Parveen Singh looking like he's in fine form once again with the ball here for the Gamblers GSC here. He's taken 4 wickets already in this tournament. Make that 5, as this is a full toss, and it's unlucky for Vikash Kumar. And this is not the start that the Coimbra Knights would have wanted, as another one falls. And the Coimbra Knights are now 1 for 2 in the first over. It's a full toss, trying to play this, almost tries to hit it too hard, and it just plays it on, chops it on. Once again, we've seen it many times here in Portugal, but this chops on to the base of the stumps An early upset on here on the cards, as the Coimbra Knights are now 1 for 2. So, not the start that the Coimbra Knights would have wanted here. The big total, it's a big ask here, 128 the target. And the new batsman, Manjeet Singh, he's got a lot of pressure on his name. And so Shug's saying that Rico and Vinny are going to do the Ice Bucket Challenge if ECN gets 300,000 subscribers. Well, that does sound interesting. It almost sounds inviting with the hot temperatures. And this is played into the leg side for no run. So 300,000 subscribers is the mark. Let's go ahead. I'm going to try and do some magic on my laptop in front of me. Take a look if we can get a live count. As there's a lot going on in the chat, as the moderators are getting their got their work count out for them. And this time again, back of a length, just pushed into the offside, but straight to the man. And tight bowling this from Pardaveen Singh. And what a great over. 1 run coming off it, but 2 big wickets early on in the first over. And after 1, the Coimbra Knights are 1 for 2. Let's take a look here. Well, obviously, this time last night, we were on the cusp, but we didn't know it at the time. But we were going to go on to have our first golden ball in 405 matches. But we got there eventually. Only took over a few months, but we got there eventually. And what a day we had yesterday with that golden ball. As I can tell you at the moment, that we're currently set on 299,000 subscribers. And it's going to be Nitin Kamboj, and he starts off with a wide. Shrug just saying, we're 401 away from the record. We certainly are. Hopefully. And they're a lot like London buses. You don't get to see one. As soon as you see one, they all start coming. It's been called a no ball by Tyrone Peters for front foot. So it gives Junaid Khan an opportunity here to get an early boundary under his name. And boy, do they need it. And they're going to take a few more if they're going to get close here after losing 2 early wickets. And signalled there by umpire Tyrone Peters for a free hit here. Well, it hits him straight back to him. And it's a great caught and bowled. However, it counts for nothing, and it was a free hit. But a good bit of reflex cricket from that straight to him. Doesn't really hit well off of the bat of Junaid Khan, but it's a dot ball, so the free hit doesn't cost them much. Full toss driven into the offside, but straight to the skipper, and it's just a dot ball. So struggling early on here are the Coimbra Knights. Looks to go inventive, but it's been put down by the skipper. It was a tough opportunity to low to his right. This one, the chance goes begging, and Junaid Khan is given a life. Steve has been saying he's about to go and get some food. So a very good evening to you, Steve. I hope you're well. Enjoy. Well, this is hit and hit well, and this is going to go all the way. It's going to be the first boundary of the response from the Coimbra Knights, and once again, no surprise, it's off the bat of Junaid Khan. Gets that front leg out of the way and dismisses this down towards the boundary, making the most of the fielding restrictions. And it's cuatro carreras. I can tell you that the European Cricket Network YouTube channel at the moment Well, this time it's split to
Okay.
the other side of the fielder, but not as well, and it's Padavin Singh, and they come through, and it's just the 1 run. And that is going to bring us with 1 delivery coming up in this over. It's not been a terrible over from Cambodge, just the 1 boundary, 7 off it. Just needs to negotiate this final delivery. It's fuller, and it's well dug out from Manjeet Singh, and it's a dot ball to end the second, and the Knights are 8 for 2. So at the moment, go on to a live subscriber count. The European Cricket Network sat on exactly 299,000 to the dot. So 1,000 required. And we can take a look there. Well, a win here for either of these teams would set them level on points, and depending on run rate, could put them top, as the Malakalanas end up taking their first loss against the Gamblers SC. It's Padavin Singh to continue into the third. And he starts with another wicket, and you just wonder, with that wicket, the signs of hope starting to fade for the Coimbra Knights, as Janai Khan has to go. Only the 1 boundary to his name. He goes for 6, and the Coimbra Knights are 8 for 3. So, top of middle stump. Doesn't really get much better than that, and he has to go. And the new batsman to the crease now. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. But no, going back to that, and the ice bucket challenge, and Vinny and Rico, I'll happily join along to that. I'll go ahead and put my name to it. If we go ahead and reach 300,000 subscribers whilst I'm here in Portugal, then I will certainly get involved in the ice bucket challenge in whatever way I can. Yeah, so 299,000 subscribers. Huge family and forever growing. Sat on exactly 299,000, so only 1,000 more to go. Forever growing the sport of cricket in Europe. And mark my words, I've agreed I will get involved in some way possible. New batsman here, Gurjit Singh gets this one away, and there's a man out there, and he does well. And it's just going to be 1 run to get off the mark, as Taylor Darman does the work. James Stewart, he's under a bit of threat from his wife after making a bit of a joke, and so he just ducked the knife. And played sensibly into the offside, and they're going to come through for a quick single. And Manjeet Singh off the mark. There you go, the robot paying attention. Help us to the 300,000 subscribers and see Vinny and Rico do the ice bucket challenge. Add my name to that, robot. I'll get involved. There you go. You can say if you're either already a subscriber, or you can go and say you're going to go ahead and get subscribed. Slower ball and picked and dispatched into the leg side. They're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get near this target. But that is certainly going to bring a smile to a few faces as Manjeet Singh gets in on the action, and it's 6 runs to the total. He picked the slower ball from Padavin Singh, just sat up nicely, and this time goes all the way. So Gurjit Singh in on the action now. Well, looks to go into the offside, tries to give himself some room, but Padavin Singh destroys the stumps once again, and this time the batsman has to go. So Gurjit Singh goes boom, but then gets out next ball. So 6 and out for him, and the Coimbra Knights are now 16 for 4. Again, not really much foot movement, backing away really. And this one, well, it looked like it could be over before it even really begun. So the new batsman is Girish Singh, the wicket-keeper. I don't think he was really expecting to be coming in at a stage such as the one he sees before him. And you can see there's a bit of chat. Well, all these players do know each other. They're all pretty familiar with each other. So certainly a sense of camaraderie out in the middle between everyone. As he's facing up to Parveen Singh now, whose tail's certainly up, looking for his fifer. And he gets it. So he gets the 5 wickets. And it's a golden duck for Girish Singh. And he just turns away and says, well, that's too good for me. And Parveen Singh finishes with outstanding figures of 5 for 9 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the third, the Coimbra Knights, they've been ripped apart from Parveen Singh. They are now 16 for 5. And what a bit of bowling we've seen from Parveen Singh. He's ripped through the top order and now the middle order. He's taken all 5 wickets himself. This one nipping back a little bit. Takes the top of middle stump once again. And he has to go. So the new batsman comes to the crease. That's Balvinder Singh, who took the catch of Imran on the second time of asking. Well, the Gammas SC, they're the only team who have defeated the Marlow Carlanders so far, and they're on set for a comfortable victory here. This one stays low, and this time evades Golia, the diving Kuldeep Golia, and they come through for the 1 run. And you know, Shantilal saying that this is phenomenal bowling. It certainly is. Well, that's a phenomenal shot to match. As Balvinder Singh turns around and just says with a bit of force, grits his teeth and goes, I'm not finished here, lads. And this is dispatched through the offside. And it goes all the way for Cuatro Carreiras for the Coimbra Knights. So Nitin Kamboj, he got a bit of treatment. Well, talk about bowling and partnerships when you've got someone who's just gone for 5 for 9 off of his 2 overs. Wants to get involved. But he got a bit of tap. He's now gone for none for 13 off of his 1.2 overs. He's going to want to take one with him. And this is a full toss and slap to Parveen Singh. Well, the man, almost everything he touched turned to gold, but this time it's a bit of a fumble. And it's just the 1 comfortable run to the total. There's an appeal, and the fingers up. And another wicket falls, and things just aren't going the Coimbra Knights' way. And this time, Manjeet Singh has to go. Trapped in front. Coimbra Knights now 23 for 6. Take another look at this one. It's pretty dead on. Steps across. Right on the knee roll. Doesn't take a massive step, really. And it's going to go into clatter all of those timbers. And another wicket falls, and it brings the new batsman Lavai Saini. Well, he hit a good few bombs earlier in the week. They could do with a few of them here as Coimbra Knights find themselves 23 for 6 in the 4th. And Shrugger Green, that was plump. Doesn't really get much easier than that. Tyrone Peters, he's had a pretty good day so far, getting an easy stumping and 2 pretty self-explanatory LBW shouts. So Kamboj getting in on the action now. 2 deliveries. He's going to want to try and take at least one more with him here. This is slapped and slapped hard and evades the diving skipper. Badving Sing's going to come round and they're going to get a 1 run off the total.
Come on, JP, come on.
So it brings Balvinder Singh, and this one just missing the top of the off stump. And again, a good over from Nitin Kamboj. 8 coming off it with the 1 wicket as well. And at the end of the 4th, the Knights 24 for 6. So again, that poll still open at the moment. Saying, obviously, that ice bucket challenge will come in if we hit 300,000 subscribers. But there we go, the schedule at the moment. So as we take a look at what's coming up after Italy, we go all the way to Germany in Dresden. We'll be there for 2 weeks, and then we go back to Krefeld. We've been there earlier this year, as we were there for the tri-series between Germany, Austria, alongside Sweden, and then we go to Belgium in Brussels for another 2-week tournament. I'll be there. We're alongside Vinny Sandhu, and then, well, we make our start of the European Cricket Championship under the lights as well. And we've now got Shahidul Rahman into the attack for GSC. Lave Saini trying to drag this into the leg side, but gets nothing on it. So things, as you can see that, well, they need to go at 17s at the moment. And Coimbra Knights looking like they're going to fall to another defeat here. But the GSC, Ghana's SC, looking very, very powerful here. Wow, this is hit well and hit into the leg side. It's over the man, and it's going to be 1, 2, 4 runs after 2 bounces, and it's cuatro carreras. And the Coimbra Knights, well, they take as many as they can get here to avoid getting a huge, huge hit on the net run rate. And it's that man again, Lave Saini, getting another boundary here in the tournament. That angle wasn't the best. Skipper in the way. Someone tell him. We need that. And this is just going to be played into the offside, and they come through for the comfortable single. Well, James Stewart asking the robot, how about you? Will you risk a short circuit and take the ice challenge alongside myself, Vinny and Rico? That's a good question for the robot. I'd like to know what he responds with. And this into the leg side. There's no one there, and it's going to be a couple of bounces. It's going to be another boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over. And well, you have to say, this is looking like a bit of a fight back from the Coimbra Knights. Balvinder Singh again hitting another boundary. And Walter Wright, I can tell you that the best bowling figures was from European Cricket Network's very own Stefan Gooch for the Budapest Blinders. He took figures of 6 for 2. So there you go. That certainly is an outstanding bit of bowling. 6 wickets for 2 runs. Oh, this one's come off the pad, and they're going to come through for a leg bye. The robot saying that they live in 0 gravity. So I think that's your response there, James. Response for you. Been a lot of 6-wicket hauls on the European Cricket Network. Well, Lave Saini, his little cameo comes to an end. He has to go 6 off of 5 for him. And it's the 7th wicket to fall, and the Knights are 34 for 7 at the end of the 5th. So it's a wicket for Rahman. This one pitches outside leg and comes across. And eventually clatters into the stumps once again. So the target and the threat of a high target just proving to be a little bit too much for the Coimbra Knights. But it also has to be said that when you've got a bowler who finishes on figures of what can only be described as absolute sheer brilliance. Parveen Singh, 9 runs with 5 wickets to his name. It's outstanding bit of work. And the ECN workshop is part of the Occupy Mars operation this summer, avoiding the heat of earthly Europe. Well, certainly is a scorcher all around Europe at the moment. I know that they're still struggling with equipment overheating out in Italy at the moment. We're going to see Jay Prakash into firing line. And this is up, but there's a man there. And the skipper, Jitesh Kumar Balakrishna, scatters his way backwards and then eventually takes this one cleanly. Pretty simple catch in the end. And this time Badvinder Singh has to go, and the Knights are now 34 for 8. It was a good catch in the end as it threatened to just fly over his head. As it brings the new batsman to the crease, and it is. The new man is Pedro Mcdade. And we're going to be on for what looks to be a bit of an early break here, so there's going to be a bit of a break in between the 2 games this evening. I do remember that we have got 2 games, so this isn't the only game we've got from Portugal tonight. These 2 teams will go at it again, and the Coimbra Knights will be looking to make a huge comeback as they are making their way towards a bit of a thrashing defeat from the GSC. This is a bottom edge, and they're going to come through for the 1 run. This is eventually come through for a single. And it is Tony Mcdade out there in the middle. He gets off the mark straight away. Looking to get on the drive, but this one stays low. And Kumar, it's his first delivery that he's faced. It's nothing on it, and it just comes up for a dot ball. This is another outside edge. It's going to fly down to the man at deep, third man. Just yet another single. Brings Tony Mcdade back on strike. See if he can have a little bit of fun out in the middle now. Looking to swing into the leg side. He's saying that he was trying to play what would have been a lovely cover drive, but I don't think that was a shot that you actually meant to play, Tony. Tony has challenged me to a game of paddle tennis, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to. And whenever that happens, we'll let you know the result. Well dug out, keeps this one out, and they come through for another single. Well, the robot's saying that the Knights can regroup, at least at the next inning breaks, and saying they can regroup if they all share a car ride home. So, well, the robot, he's up and about at the moment, alive and kicking, and at the end of that over, after 6, the Knights are 37 for 8. And once again, Parveen Singh, 5 wickets for 9 runs. Outstanding bit of bowling from him, ripping through the top order, getting the crucial wickets that prevented the Knights really having any chance here. As Babul Akhtar saying he's watching from Bangladesh, so a very good afternoon to you, Babul. I hope you're well and enjoying a bit of a one-sided affair here. This is just into the offside. Shy at the stumps, and they're going to come back for the second. Could be close here, but I think they're going to come back pretty safely, and they do. There's half of an appeal, but I think he ended up coming back from the non-strikers in pretty safely, as we see here. And he does get back safely. So 2 runs to the total. And Tony Mcdade, well, he's looking a little bit comfortable, not taking any risks really. just maybe wanting to bat out the 10 overs, try and fatigue the GSC a little bit, as they obviously do play them again in the next game. Match number 12. Short into the leg side, and that's going to be a boundary. Not had many of those in this innings, but they're certainly going to welcome that one. Tony Mcdade looking comfortable as he moves on to 8, and it's 4 runs here for the Coimbra Knights. This one running away down towards the leg side boundary. Rocks back, watches it all the way, and ends up looking pretty comfortable. And this is just played into the offside again, taking a single to Jitesh Kumar Krishna, and it's just the 1 run. There you go, James. Monday night European Cricket Couch module activated. So there you go. So Rahman continuing on here. Only the 1 wicket to his name. He's got a half an over to negotiate here. Full up and clipped into the leg side. There's a man out at deep square leg, and he'll come round and collects that. That's Rao Imran, the man, the devil hitter, as called by Prakash. And what a bit of hitting we saw. Something that, again, broadcasted here on the European Cricket Network, providing a platform, growing the game. Game's getting stronger here on the European continent. And again, just played into the offside. And again, for just 1 run. Well, they looking at coming back. And there's a bit of a game of chicken as to, well, who's going to go first? And it ends up just being 1 run. So let's have a little bit of a lurker's shout out as we come towards the end of this match 11. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat. I always like to know. I do appreciate everybody's contribution. Just myself here in Portugal, keeping me company. It is much appreciated. So Rahman's last delivery of his spell. And this is hit, and hit well by Kumar. Good pick up from Singh. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So a single to end the 7th. And the Coimbra Knights are 47 for the loss of 8 wickets. So you can stay up to date with all the latest news, as there were snippets of some highlights, and the best bits from the last few nights have ended up on our social medias, obviously on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook and on YouTube. You can see our handles, all their European Cricket on social media, and then European Cricket Network on our YouTube channel. Do go ahead and follow us all on there, and don't forget about our TikTok as well, European Cricket Network over there as well. TikTok, one of my favourite pastimes, has to be said. Pushing some content out for you there. Never stops here at the European Cricket Network, as Ankush Kumar now coming in to the attack. I'm not sure how this has missed everything really. Misses the bat, misses the pads, misses the stumps. And it's just an eventful dot ball early on. A great start. Just whiskers away from the top of off stump. Good start from Kumar there. And a goal, and again, good take from Kuldeep Golia. And James is calling it, saying, I'm picking that a certain haul of wickets tonight will be there soon. Well, James, I think you might be right. You know us so well. Oh, this misses everything. It might have flicked a little bit of pad on the way through, but it's great work from Nitin Kamboj. We've seen him many times down at short fine leg, and again, great evidence of exemplary fielding down, and it certainly did flick off the pad as it was signalled as a leg by. Brings Tony Mcdade on strike. Looking again into the leg side, but a little bit late on this one. Not really looking to put much power into it, just looking to nurdle it round the corner. this time just into the leg side for a single, and he moves into 11 off of 9 does Mcdade. Brings Amit Kumar on strike. And there's a shout, and Tyrone Peters once again raises the finger, and the 9th wicket falls, and it's Amit Kumar has to go, and the Knights now fall to 49 for 9. Take another look here. Look pretty dead on. It doesn't again get much plummet than that. He's pretty deep in his crease. Hits him right on the toe of his shoe, and it's a good end to the over for Ankush Kumar. He takes a wicket, and he's good over again. Just 1 run coming off it alongside the wicket, and the skipper Redhead comes into the crease at number 11. But these two teams will go head to head once again, and Rao Imran, he's making his way up there on the fantasy points at the moment. No surprise that he joins Kuldeep Gulia alongside Parveen Singh and Ankush Kumar as well. Don't forget that Junai Khan, he's going to be looking for revenge, as are all of the Coimbra Knights. James Swanwood as well, not getting the start with the bat that he wanted. Just a break in play here. And the new bowler is Ranjit Narayan up against Pedro Madraida. There's an appeal, but Gattu's Days isn't interested at all. And well, there's the Robot and James having a bit of a conversation in the chat at the moment. Don't get me involved, James. Fight your own battles. And hit into the leg side. There is a man out there, and they're going to come through for just the 1 run. So once again, brings Chris Redhead to the crease. Bit of an inside edge into the leg side for 1 run, and slowly bring an end to this game. 1 wicket required with just 9 deliveries remaining now. And well, the Coimbra Knights, they're going to be going to want to come back with all guns blazing. They're going to try and get back into this game, and this one mistimed into the leg side, coming through for just the 1 run. But don't go anywhere. Obviously, if you haven't already, please do subscribe. And well, if you want to see Rao Imran go again, I suggest you do so, because he'll be feeling as if he can go even bigger this time and try and get towards coveted 3 figures. This is going to be through the legs, and they're going to come through. It would have been close if there was a direct hit, but it's just another single. And hashtag big calls matter. Wow, the robot's trying to get it going in the chat. Oh, it's a moon ball. It's a Gundy ball, and it's given as runs. So that's going to bring us to the close of the 9th. After 9, the Coimbra Knights 54 for 9. So Tony Mcdade will be on strike for the final over. Chris Redhead 2 from 2. And interesting to see who this bowler will be. And we're going to see Devendra Mela bowling the final over here. Bit of an opportunity for him to have a go with the ball as we begin the 10th over here in match number 11. Well, and starts with a dot ball, eventually collected by the bowler. Gundy balls matter. Cheers, robot. And, well, that's all she wrote. Tony Mcdade trying to get a big strike into the leg side, and it brings us to the end of the match, and what was really a bit of a comfortable outing here for the GSC. The Gamblers SC taking victory by a total of 73 runs. Cobra Knights, they ended up 54 all out. No one getting going for them. Tony Mcdade 14 off of 15 in, but he was bowled, and Devendra Mela takes a wicket with him. So we take a look at the replay of this delivery. Bit straight up, really, trying to play this into the leg side. Falls over, and well, that was really the same thing can be said for the Coimbra Knights. Not really showing much of a fight out there in the middle. It was a astounding bit of bowling early on from the bowler of Parveen Singh with his 2 overs, and he ended up with figures of 5 for 9, which were absolutely outstanding. As we take a look here, well, they came on confidently, did Junaid Khan and James Smallman. It wasn't the start that they wanted as this one. Might have been a bit of an unlucky call. Might have flicked the back pad on the way through, but it was judged as out, and he had to go. So he went without troubling the scorers. It was a golden duck for him, so he's going to want to come back fighting. But then Vikash Kumar, well, he got a full toss, played on, and he had to go for another duck as well. I mean, it was really from there that things didn't really get going. But Junaid Khan showed a bit of an attack with that one boundary to his name. However, he eventually was cleaned up. He was the 3rd victim of Parveen Singh, third of 5. And there wasn't really that Coimbra Knights could do in response to the bowling of Parveen Singh. And take a look there. Well, that was one big hit into the leg side. That was the only 6 runs of this innings from the Coimbra Knights, and eventually he was cleaned up by that man once again, Parveen Singh. And it was at that point, as soon as they lost the wickets of Gurjit Singh alongside Junaid Khan, that it wasn't really much hope. And then this one, well, what a way to bring up your 5 for. It was Girish Singh, and he just turns around and goes, well, that was a corker of a delivery, and there's not really much that you can do about that. Top of middle stump, and he had to go. And then, well, there was a nice bit of work from Alvinder Singh, getting some nice shots. And then this one, well, it was plump. Tyrone Peters getting a few easy calls out in the middle, but work's got to be done. He did a good job alongside Krav Dusthuizen. And then, well, Labai Saini showing that he can still hit a long ball. This one trickling over the boundary for another boundary. And then this one into the leg side. Didn't quite have the legs to go all the way, but it was another 4 runs. But they just couldn't get going. And when you lose early wickets in the fashion that they did, it's hard for the middle order and lower order to kick on, as they aren't given a platform to push on from. And that was Shahid Rahman getting in on the attack, as there were wickets shared all around. Well, wickets for everyone apart from Ranjit Narayan. He went for 0 for 5 off of his overs, off of his 1 over. Wickets all around. Nitin Kamboj, Rahman, Prakash and Kumar Mela all getting 1 apiece, but it was the story of Parveen Singh. Ended up with figures of 5 wickets off for 9 runs off of his 2 overs, going at an economy rate of 4.5. And this was the last one to go, full and straight, trying to play this into the leg side, and it was in vain. And at the end of match number 11, the Gamblers SC, well, they beat Coimbra Knights by 73 runs. Pretty comfortable in the end. But there were still handshakes all around, as these 2 teams will go at it again in almost bang on an hour's time. But don't go anywhere. If you're going to, do make sure you find your way back to the TV, as we will see the Coimbra Knights. They'll be taking on the Gamblers SC in match number 12 in about an hour's time. So you're watching FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Marano de Corvo here in Coimbra, where you join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network as we're making our way towards match number 12 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And well, those two men on the screen and that man that you just saw, what a first game he had. 77 off of just 22 deliveries for Rao Imran. And he's in the squad again. And you can see there he's racking up the fantasy points already. So Gamblers SC, they're now 3-2. And the Coimbra Knights, well, they're 2-3. But they're going to be looking to bounce back. And I know that the Robot was looking forward and hoping that the Knights would get an epic comeback here tonight. But a very warm welcome all around the world, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well and I hope you're strapped in for another exciting T10 match. And no surprise, we're going to see Junaid Khan open up here for the Coimbra Knights as they were put into bowl as the Gamblers SC, they elected to bat. No surprise when you've got an opening partnership of Kuldeep Golia and Rao Imran. And we're ready to get underway for... Correction, we're not ready to get underway. There's a bit of a pause, just waiting on tech support. And we're ready to get underway for match number 12 with Junaid Khan for the Coimbra Knights. It starts with a good bit of carry, good line and length early on from Junaid Khan. And no surprise that we're going to be seeing what could be a serious run fest here between Kuldeep Golia and Rao Imran. Oh, this is Fuller and beats the bat, doing too much as this one getting through everything, missing that leg stump. And again, a warm welcome to everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, do get involved in the YouTube chat. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here in Portugal. Just myself here on comms. And what a few days of cricket we've had, with the golden ball coming yesterday. And well, it doesn't get much better than that. And we've been gifted to some exciting, massive hitting early on in game 11. Oh, this is Fuller and Kuldeep Golia. It's going to drag this into the leg side, and it's the first runs here in match number 12. And it goes to Golia, and it's 1 run on the board. And it brings on the man of the night. Rao Imran is on strike. 77 off of 22 in the previous game. There's a big appeal, and he's gone! What a big wicket that is, and you can see just how much that means to the Coimbra Knights. And, well, talk about the game of cricket. This is why we play it here, all around the world. Rao Imran, after getting 77 off of 22 in the first game, this time goes for a golden duck. And the Coimbra Knights get the start that they wanted, and the big man has to go. Tyrone Peters raising the finger this one. It doesn't get again. More plumb than that. Junaid Khan with the early movement in the air, getting this to pitch and impact. All green lights for me. And that one goes. You can see there just how much that meant for the Coimbra Knights on their home ground. And Rao Imran with one of the slowest walks off I think I will ever see. The new batsman to the crease is Ankush Kumar. Kumar, who is again a more than capable batsman, coming in at number 3. We'll talk about it, how the turntables have turned. It's a golden duck for Imran. And Junaid Khan, you have to say that he's been the talisman here for the Coimbra Knights. And this time it's down leg again. And it is signalled wide, and it comes in for the single as it evades the wicketkeeper, Girish Singh. Well, certainly feel like we've got a game on our hands now. If the Coimbra Knights can get these two earlier as well and get 3 wickets down earlier as soon as possible. And GSC, the Gamblers SC, they're going to be shaking in their boots. As Mike Seal joins us in the chat. A very good evening to you, Mike Seal. I know you've been paying attention over the last few days, day in, day out. I hope you're all well, and I hope you're enjoying cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And it's another wicket. And again, the in batsman over the last few games for the GSC. The Gamblers, it's Kuldeep Galia, and he goes, and it's that man again. Junai Khan gets his second in the over. Full, straight, simple cricket. You miss, I hit. Bit of in-swing. And it's another wicket. And early signs of struggle here for the Gamblers SC. You could argue it just skids through a little bit. However, still missing this one as it clatters into middle and off stump. And what an over this is. 3 runs off it, but 2 wickets, and it's the 2 big wickets of Kuldeep Galia and Rao Imran. And you can just feel that there's a sense of change. The wind picks up. There's a bit of energy around the ground. There's a lot of fans here in the clubhouse watching on of the Coimbra Knights here at their home ground. And Junai Khan got them off to an absolute fly here. New batsman, Ranjit Narayan, got a big job on his hands. Wow, just drops a dead bat, and it could be close here. It's a bit of a wayward throw, and eventually they come through for the 1 run. So, what an over that was for the Coimbra Knights. 4 runs off the first. Gamblers are 4 for 2. And you could just, again, just like we saw the other day with the Coimbra Knights, they looked like they were up for this one. They've obviously had a stern talking to from skipper Chris Redhead, saying we clearly weren't up to the task in the previous game. And they've come out here all guns blazing. And what a first over we've just seen here in match number 12. And Chris Smith saying the exact same thing. What a crazy stunning first over of the second game of the night, says Chris. And you couldn't be more right, as it's now going to be Manjeet Singh. And this is over, James Smallman. And this time it sails over, and it's going to be the first boundary of the Gamblers SC innings. And this time, it's a bit of a gundy ball from Manjeet Singh. Short, wide outside the off stump. And a batsman such as Ankush Kumar. He's going to take that in his stride, and this sails over for 4 runs. And the change in officials, Tyrone Peters continuing, but Conrad Greenshield's coming on to the on-field official. This is a similar line, but this time just comes through and follows all the way through to the keeper. And the robot getting in on the action, saying, how good is that start? Well, the robot's a bit of a Coimbra Knights fan, saying they wanted a big comeback. Looks like you've got what you wish for at the moment. Sensible cricket, respects the good ball, full face of the bat. Played to Redhead, the skipper. So obviously this time the Gamblers electing to bat first here. They were looking for a similar start, but they haven't got it here. They're under the pressure here. Well, that's going to ease a bit of pressure. As Ankush Kumar once again flicking off his pads. It's down the leg side from Manjeet Singh. And he gets a bit of a bat on this one. And it runs away for Cuatro Carreiras here in Portugal. And again, Chris Smith saying, nice there by Redhead, telling everyone to keep calm. Well, Redhead, he's got a very calm head about him. Experienced cricketer, the skipper for the Coimbra Knights. This one just skidding through, staying a little bit low. And you can see there, Giddy Singh really struggling. If it goes into that offside, he's going to be struggling with the sun as it slowly makes its way at its sunset. Well, and this one gets up, and it's well watched by Ankush Kumar. And he manages to keep his hands low. That was almost a textbook leave, really, for a shorter delivery. Hands low, head out the way, and it flows through to the keeper. And at the end of the second, Gamblers are 11 for 2. And what a start to match number 12 we've had here. 2 wickets falling, and it's the 2 big wickets. Galia and Imran going, and we can take a look here at the standings here. Gamblers going top after a convincing win against the Knights. The Knights on top here at the early on here. You can see that win here would put them level on points. And at Iron, it clatters into thigh pad, and they come through for a leg bye. So the real batsman that they need to really dog down now is Ankush Kumar. Junaid Khan needs to get the ball up in the corridor of uncertainty, as I like to call it, and he just needs to ask questions of the batsman here, get him driving, set a field for it, as there is, you can see a breeze coming along, left to right on your screen. Does get him driving, but this time finds the outside edge, and it's going to race away. So a bit of an unconvincing fish outside the off stump from Ankush Kumar, but it runs away, and it's another boundary, and it's 4 runs for the Gamblers. Not really getting much movement there. We've seen it time in and time again. After that second over, the ball just almost seems to die, really. Junaid Khan, he just wants to see if he can ask a couple more questions of Kumar here. This time back of a length. Straight to the fielder, and it's just a dot ball.
This is good energy night. Come on. Come on, Junaid, come on. Go, Kiri. Nice fielding, nice pressure. Nice ball, bye. Nice field, Louis. Good bowling, Johnny. Good bowling.
And well, what a start there from good end to the over from the Gamblers SC there. With the boundary coming off it, 6 runs. And at the end of the power play, 2 early wickets in the first over. Gamblers are 24 for 2. And there's just a pause in play. Once again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do let us know where you're watching from. Just myself here in Portugal on comms. There's a pause in play, but ready to get underway here. And it is Gurjit Singh. Well, this is going to sail away. And it's going to be given as 4 off the bat. So this one's sailing over the head of Gurjit Singh. Take another look. Gets a bit of glove on this one. Wow, it almost just burst through, really. It was a bit of a goalkeeper stop more than anything from Gurjit Singh. But it's 4 runs nonetheless. This one stays low, and it's going to be another 4 runs. So this one's going to run through. This time it's going to be given as buys, and it's 4 runs here. Chris saying that he's watching from England. Either on the Hampshire-Surrey border, I think. If I'm not mistaken, Chris, you might have to correct me there. Wow, this is into the leg side. So this over, not the start that Gurjit Singh would have wanted. And it's 4-4-6 into the leg side. Says Corridas here in Portugal. And this one just rocks back and comes through. Punish this into the leg side. And this one, this is flat batted into the leg side again. Not quite the connection that he wanted, and they come through for just a single. But already 11 off of this over so far. Well, textbook uppercut into the scorer's area, and that's gone all the way, and it's another 6 corridas here in Portugal. And this over getting a little bit of treatment. This is too short from Gurjit Singh. It sits up. It's like taking candy from a baby, and it sails over for 6 runs. Many apologies, Chris and Mike. I seem to have got you mixed up. I do apologise. I'll remember that from now on. There's this one, and this is again good cricket. However, not going to get the 1 run, as it's just a dot ball. It's eventually picked up by the wicket-keeper, Gurjit Singh. Again, I do apologise to Mike and Chris. Got you both mixed up. But it won't happen again, I can assure you. And we're going to see at the end of the 4th, the Gamblers are 45 for 2. We take a look at the bat versus Bulwul. Coimbra Knights are, well, they're expecting to be scoring around 94, so the expected score is pretty similar, especially now that they've removed Rao Imran and Hildi Golia. But Ankush Kumar still going strong, 25 off of 12 for him. It'll be interesting to see. And we're going to see early introduction of spin here as James Smallman is coming into the attack to give it a bit of a tweak. Right arm over the wicket. Well, it's short. There's a man out there, but he can't see it. It's right into the sun. It's a real struggle for Lavai Saini. He's got a cap on. I think he might have sunglasses on as well, but the sun at the moment is just at that level where it's virtually impossible to be able to see into the sun. This is Fuller, and this time on the sweep. It's going to split the 2 fielders, I think, and it is. So a textbook right out of the book there from Ranjit Narayan. He's looking comfortable with a lovely sweep into the leg side in front of square, and it's 4 runs. Many thanks, Chris and Mike, for not holding that against me. It won't happen again. Well, again, full, and this time it's hit even better. And again, straight into the centre of 2 fielders, and it's another 4 runs and 4 carreras for the Gamblers. And Smallman struggling here with the ball. He holds this one back, gives it a little bit of flight, and does Kumar here, who's now raced on to 33 off of just 15 deliveries now. Well, there's an outside edge, there's a man there, and it falls to him. So another huge wicket. Wickets tumbling at the right time for the Coimbra Knights. And with Kumar going for 33, the Gamblers are 54 for 3. Another look, just pushed a little bit wider. Doesn't allow him to take this off his legs. And it flies to the man on point, backward point, and it's Ankush Kumar who has to go. 33 off of 16 for him. Good start, but unfortunately not able to kick on. And with 1 delivery until the halfway point, the Gamblers are looking pretty comfortable at 54 for 3, but they don't want to lose any more wickets in succession.
Come round, this is his shot. This is his shot. Keep coming.
They just need to keep positive here for the Gamblers if they're going to take a serious lead going into tomorrow's names. The new batsman, Krishna, the skipper, Jitesh Kumar, starts with, should just be a 1, and it's Janai Khan, and it comes in for just the 1 run. So at the end of that over. And at the halfway stage, the Gamblers, they're sitting at 55 for 3. And it was an interesting over from Smallman. 10 runs off it, putting Portugal getting the wicket of the in batsman. Number 3, Angus Kumar, striking at over 200, 206.25, and 5 fours and 2 sixes. Certainly going to help the Gamblers set a decent total here.
That way a little bit. That's it.
And this, not a nice sound off the bat, and come through for a tight single. And Bob Krishna moves on to that's his second run now. Got a bit of a job to do here for his team's got a lead from the front, has the skipper. Manjeet Singh with a good delivery there, staying low, skidding on. And again, just showing the bit of aerial bounce here on this wicket at the moment. Looking to give himself a little bit of room, but he's followed. And it's a good delivery from Manjeet Singh. He started well here.
All the way, Pedro. Ready.
So interesting to see here. Long off becomes a regulation mid-off. Deep third man goes. It's his fault. There's a man there. I don't think he's going to get there. I think Balvinder Singh's made the right decision there. He was going to be struggling. He could have got a bit of a dive in, however, risking the chance of leaking more runs than necessary. And it sticks to just the one. Short and a thick outside edge, and the skipper goes, so he's unable to do the job for his team here. As Jitesh Kumar Krishna, he has to go. Only 2 to his name, and that's the 4th wicket as the Gamblers fall to 57 for 4 here in the 6th. And another catch for the keeper, Girish Singh, proving to be handy behind the stumps at the moment. So that over with 1 delivery remaining. It's been pretty tidy from Manjeet Singh. 2 runs off it so far with 1 delivery remaining. And the wicket coming as well. And this is a big appeal. Conrad Greenshields turns it down. And an eventful over. And at the end of the 6th, Gamblers are 57 for 4. And we're going to see Balvinder Singh into the attack now. You see that stats at the moment. Gurjit Singh, he went for 17 off of his single over, and James Smallman 10 for 1 off of his 1 over as well. But I'm sure we'll be seeing them back into the attack towards the latter stages of this first innings of match number 12. And that's Mcdade looking to go big into the leg side. Looks like he feels as if he needs to get a bit of a move on here. Runs have just dried up, really. Coming with 12 runs off of the last 2 overs. Well, this is a slower full toss. It's been called a no ball, so not the start here for Balvinder Singh that he would have wanted. And it's cuatro corridas here in Miranda de Corvo in Coimbra. And it's another opportunity for Narayan as Balvinder Singh got this one all wrong, but we've got a free hit on our hands. Short, And this is going to run away. And it might go all the way, and I think it has. And that's 6 corridas here. So the free hit, no ball, costing the Coimbra Knights here. Doesn't really get all of this one, but just helped on its way around the corner. And Balvinder Singh is being punished here in his first over. Narayan came in at number 4. Looking promising here for his team, as this one is wide of stump. And I think Balvinder Singh was almost turning around as if he was trying to get away with what he has, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. Short again, leg side, and Lavai Saini's out there, and he does well to watch that all the way. He's battling the setting sun here in Coimbra. So brings the new. This is hit well, and James Small will come round and will cut it off. And it comes in, so a little bit of a fumble, but good running from Gamblers. We come through for the 2 runs. There's a good strike from Amandeep Kokar here. There's an appeal. Looked like it was more pad than anything there. Tyrone Peters turning it down, and it clearly was pad. Wasn't given as a wide down leg side. And at the end of the 7th over, the Gamblers are 71 for 4. And with a break in play, we can look at what's coming up tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network. Well, we go back to Italy, out in Rome. We'll be joining Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Fool and also Nikki Chowdhury. They'll be covering the next 4 matches. Day 2 of round robin. Got Roma CC, they'll be taking on Cricket Stars in matches 5 and 6. And then Albano, they'll be taking on Gino Brescia in matches 7 and 8. And that'll be starting at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European time. And 12 o'clock out in India. Plenty of cricket here. 6 matches a day at the moment here on the European Cricket Network. Plenty of cricket coming your way. So do subscribe, as 3 of the commentary team have promised. 300,000 subscribers. And there will be a nice bucket challenge. But it's going to be the skipper Redhead into the attack now. And it stays low, and it's a good take from Girish Singh. Watches this one well. Stays low. And Ranjit Narayan, he's 25 off of 17 deliveries now. Really has to go big for his team here. And again, this one stays low, comes through. Once again, Girish Singh looking comfortable standing up here. A warm welcome to Hunter, who's just joined the chat. Hope you're well. Welcome. This time it's Fuller, and this is hit hard into the leg side, and it's going to split the 2 fielders. We've seen that space being penetrated many times here, and it's another example there, and it's another 4 runs here for the Gamblers. And it's that man again. Narayan moves on to 29. So Redhead, that's the first runs he's conceded off this over from him. We're ready to get underway again. Fuller again, this time it's high. 2 fielders come in, he's done the hard work, he's got there, but he went for the one-handed approach. It's good field in the end as Janai Khan backs him up, and it's just the 1 run. Wasn't an easy chance that coming as the man at long on correction coming in. Did the hard bit, he got there. It was not an easy chance. It's just the 1 run. Well, this time, doesn't matter where you put your fielders. That's right over the head, and that's gone all the way, and that's going to be another Maximo here in Portugal. Chris Redhead just putting this in a bit of an arc length, really. And a batsman such as Amandeep Kokar isn't going to miss out. And this sails back over his head, and it's a beautiful 6 runs here. Needs a response from his final delivery, does Redhead. Wow, that one only just missing off stump, and 11 runs off it, and at the end of the 8th, Gamblers are already 2 for 4. So, 2 overs remaining here. Currently 82 for 4. 18 gets them to that 100 mark. So they're not going to be setting the same total as what they set in the first game. So the Coimbra Knights have already improved on their performance. And it's Balvinder Singh to bowl the 9th. Flat batted into the leg side, straight to Singh, and he just flings this one in, and it's again a good bit of fielding. Ground fielding has been exceptional here from the Coimbra Knights. Short, and this time this sails. This might be into the light stand, but it's gone all the way, and it's going to be Seis Correidas here, and it's 6 into the leg side for the Gamblers SC. Balvinder Singh getting his length all wrong. This one way too short, and it sits up on the AstroTurf wicket here in Miranda do Corvo. And with a short leg side boundary, not going to miss out on that one. Can Balvinder Singh have a response? This time it's Fuller. It's a good looking shot, but it's straight to James Smallman. And he's not going to let any more runs come off with his fielding, and it's a tight single for GSC. This is flat batted again, and the chase is on for Small when he's round, and he does well. And they come through, they take him on, and a direct hit would have been close. But it's well backed up, and they come through for the 2 runs safely in the end. Good fielding from Smallman. Quick across the outfield. And they really were pushing their luck taking him on, but they get away with it this time. And this one beats the bat, stays a little bit low. But it's a well-needed dot ball here in Balvinder Singh's second over. 10 already off of this over. 1 delivery remaining. The dot ball here would be ideal for the Coimbra Knights. Well, it's not. This time it's a rank leg side delivery, and he gets punished into the leg side, and he goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs, 16 off of the 9th. And the Gamblers SC are 98 for 4. And I have to say, I'm been very impressed with Narayan's batting here. He hasn't taken any unnecessary risks. He's been given the poor delivery, and he's made sure that he pounced on it, and he gives it the treatment, and it goes 9 times out of 10 all of the way. 33, actually 39 off of 24 for him now, with Amandeep Kokar on strike. And we're going to see the right arm off spin of James Smallman to see us out to the end of this 10 overs.
On the line, Lubey.
So here we go, Smallman with the final over of this innings. Well, we're going to go upstairs. We're going to make use of the LRS. It has been signalled wide, but, well, tell you what, Amandeep Kokard isn't confident. He's walking, but we have gone upstairs. He's been told he just has to wait. You never know, but I think Smallman could have another breakthrough here as we take another look. Call of wide. I think he's going to be going. Yeah, he's gone by a long way. So good work again by Giddish Singh. It's another dismissal for him. Yeah. And I think he knows that that wasn't going to be home for him. And the signal is raised by Tyron Peters, and he has to go. So a good start to the 10th over for Coimbra. Smallman gets the breakthrough, and Gamblers are 99 for 6. So The next batsman looks like it's Parveen Singh coming out to the crease. Left-hander, right-hand combination. Just mixing things up here in the 10th. Obviously just the 1 run away from that 100 mark. So again, I reckon this is about around a par score. I think 120, 130 is above par realistically on this pitch now. And it is Parveen Singh to face up here. Drags us into the leg side. There is a man out in the deep. He watches this well, and it's Vikas Kumar, and that's just going to be a 1 run to the total. Well, Mike Sill, he thinks this is a defendable score. Certainly is. Obviously, Cornwall Knights reaching the 100 mark in the previous first game. And this one, this is hit straight to the man. Well, he puts it down. He was the tough opportunity. It could be close here with a direct hit. Again, even I'm struggling to see here now with the sun. And Janai can't. He did well to make sure that I didn't go for a boundary. That brings the left-handed Parveen Singh back on strike. Apologies, a bit of a delay on the scorecard below. This is hit well, and doesn't matter where you put your fielders. Splits the 2 of them, and that's going to be 1 bounce, and it's 4 runs, and this is punished into the offside from Singh. So, Smallman needs a response here. Well, this is dragged into the leg side, and it's Chris Redhead, and he takes it cleanly, and it's just the 1 run. So, 8 off of this over so far. And it's the danger man, Mcdade on strike, 40 off of 25 for him. This is into the leg side. This has gone high. Think it's got the legs on it, and it does. So it's 6 runs. And after getting the early wicket in this over, it proving to be a little bit expensive. And it's 6 corridas for GSC. So 1 delivery remaining. Needs a 4 or 6 for his half century. Well, this is gone. He's hit this pretty well, but there's a man there. Balvinder Singh comes round. Takes it, and he could be close with a direct hit. It wasn't far away. And they come back safely for the 2. So a good innings from Mcdade coming in at number 4 for GSC. He finishes on 48 off of his 27 deliveries. And the Gamblers again with a above par score. And it's all thanks to that man. Again, when other batsmen fail, the Gamblers SC at the moment are able to rely on other people coming in the lineup. So at the end of their 10, the Gamblers SC are 114 for 5, requiring the Coimbra Knights a victory. They'll be needing 115 off of their 10 overs. We take a look at the highlights. Well, there's a lot of talk about Kuldeep Golia and Rayo Imran at the top of the order, and that was not the start that Imran would have wanted after making 77 off of 22 deliveries. He got given an absolute peach of a delivery once again from Janai Khan at the top of the innings. He had to go for a golden duck. And then Golia looking to go big into the leg side. He was bowled by, again, Janai Khan. So Janai Khan getting the 2 big scalps of the innings. But it brought the danger man, or proved to be the 2 danger men, Ankush Kumar and Rajit Narayan, to the crease. And Ankush Kumar with some beautiful shots, both leg side and offside. He ended up with 33 off of 16. And with 4 boundaries, 4 fours and 2 sixes to his name. Some weren't as confident as normal as we see from Ankush Kumar, but there were some good shots nonetheless into the leg side, making use of the short square boundaries both on the offside and leg side, it has to be said. This one just clipped off the hip and it goes all the way. And there's that man. Well, he got a little bit lucky early on, but he went on to make a very helpful 48 off of 27 deliveries, 3 fours but 4 sixes, striking at 177.77, and he ends up not out, so it's only going to help his average, that's for sure. But that was one of the shots of the day. Ankush Kumar, the uppercut in towards the scorers, and that flew off the bat. You can see doesn't quite get much better than that. And then there was the introduction of off spin from James Smallman, and he was able to take 2 wickets with him. But the pick of the bowlers again for me, Janai Khan once again. 2 overs, 2 for 15. Only 1 wide for him. And again, only 1 other wicket for Manjit Singh and 2 for Smallman. So interesting figures all round for the bowlers. Chris Redhead only going for 11 off of his 1 over. And we can see here, well, that man again, he was in the game throughout the previous 10 overs. Girish Singh, he ended up with another 2 dismissals. A caught behind, and then later on a stumping off of James Smallman in the final over. This one, well, that was hit hard off of Chris Redhead. And that went all the way. That was 1 of 8 sixes in this innings from the Gamblers SC, as these highlights continue to roll on. Some big hitting into the leg side, and when you score a total of 114, it doesn't surprise you at all. And I have to say that Bhavinder Singh, he struggled. 2 overs, no wickets, 30 runs conceded. Well, that was a stumping. Good quick hands from Girish Singh. Bhavinder Singh struggling with the ball, 30 runs off of his 2 overs. He's going to have to rethink the way that he goes about his business. Bowling too short for my liking, but the game certainly isn't over. As the Coimbra Knights, they will be requiring 115 for victory here in Coimbra, as we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes or so. As you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal here with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Menano de Cordoba, you join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 12 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. As you can see now, the two openers for the Coimbra Knights, they've been set 115 for victory here in match number 12. And there you see Gamblers SC team, they're making their way out. And Janai Khan, he's got a big job to do here alongside James Smallman. James Smallman getting a bit of an unlucky dismissal in the first game. He had to go for a duck, however, he's a more than talented batsman, that's for sure. And they're going to be hoping that they're going to be able to get through this pretty difficult stage, as they're going to be coming up someone who's going to be having their tail up. Well, it's that man, number 75 on the back of his shirt, Parveen Singh. What a first game he had, with figures of 5 for 9 runs off of his first 2 overs. Exceptional bowling, and we're almost ready to get underway as it's Parveen Singh. Well, this has gone straight up and things go from bad to worse. They don't. So James Smallman survives early on here. Doesn't quite get on the top of this one. And it's a dot ball to start. But a good start from Parveen Singh, just pushing Smallman for pace a little bit, just surprising him ever so slightly. Singh has been a real gem here for GSC, it has to be said. This time finding the outside edge. Runs away down to deep third man, and Smallman is off the mark for just the single. And again, a warm welcome to everybody, whether you're watching all around the world, whether you're watching on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A good evening to you. And if you are watching on YouTube, do get in on the live chat. I do appreciate all of your inputs, questions, queries, anything under that realm. Janai Khan now on strike. This is short. Well, they wanted a single. Smallman turns around and says, I don't want that one. And it's just the dot ball. So Coimbra Knights, 115 required for victory. And they're going to feel if they can take a victory away from match number 12 here, they're going to feel as if they're riding it. They'll be level on points with the Gamblers and Marlow. This one getting up, and Janai Khan plays all round it really. He's in a few different minds there. He's asking, I think, for one for the over, I think. I think Tyrone Peters just saying that it wasn't. It was along his shoulder length. And it's a dot ball again, but this is a tidy over so far from Parveen Singh. And again, pushing him for pace, and Smallman calls him through. And he sets off early, and they come through for the 1 run to Janai Khan, and he's off the mark. And well, this is a bit of an interesting moment. So, my father has sent me a message, and he only said 4 words. It's very easy to say this now. He says, this boy can bowl. Parveen Singh continues here. And this is into the pads of James Smallman, but what a good over. What a way to start here for the Gamblers. And at the end of the first, the Coimbra Knights are 2 for no loss. And there you can see, there we go. Can't believe it's been 6 matches already since the golden ball we had yesterday evening. And what a day of cricket we had yesterday, and it's turning into an outstanding evening here. As we're now 6 matches without a golden ball. Italy yet to provide a golden ball into our 5th week of our Italian summer. And we're now going to see again, no surprise with the opening combination from the second over. And this is going to start off with a wide. And it's in Cambodge. Not quite getting it on straight away. shrug, saying make sure your dad's subscribed, Charlie. One more towards 300,000. Well, I don't know if my dad actually has a YouTube account. I've tried to set one up for him virtually, but I don't know if he's quite got the hang of it. Dad, let me know. And again, getting a good bit of bounce off this wicket, and these two openers for the Gamblers SC are proving to be tricky customers for the Coimbra Knights. There's another helicopter flies by. And again, well, he turns around and he almost looks as if he starts to beg for that not to be given a wide. Peters says, well, I agree with you, not a wide. Father, Ian Hunt, if you have got a YouTube account, subscribe, please. Well, Junaid Khan, bit of impatience here, and he goes. Too many dot balls for his liking, tries to get on with it, and gets this one all wrong, and he has to go for just the one run. Cambodge with the breakthrough. The Coimbra Knights are 3 for 1. This time, hitting Cambodge, getting in on the action early on. And that was a build-up of pure pressure, as in that over, it went wide, dot, dots. We've already had, if you include the wicket as a dot ball, 6 out of 9 deliveries have been dot balls early on here for the Coimbra Knights. And the new man is Manjeet Singh. Junaid Khan just didn't look comfortable in his 6 deliveries that he faced. Wow, Manjeet Singh not waiting for anyone here. Looks to get on with it straight away. A big hook into the leg side. Doesn't come to any success. And Nitin Kambaj is looking comfortable. This time taken over from Parveen Singh. Did we see 2 fifers in 2 games? Well, that's not going to help. That's going to be a wide ball, as signalled by Tyrone Peters. A lot of noise coming out of the Gamblers SC out in the field. Looking to make it 2 from 2 this evening. Give them a comfortable lead at the top of the standings if they could do so. Manjeet Singh has been sent in to do one thing and one thing only. And he's swinging from the hip. He's not. He's clearly got somewhere to be. He's obviously here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, if the Gamblers SC can get another victory here, they go to 8 points, moving 2 points ahead of Marlow. And again. And this brings us to the end of not so eventful over. The 1 wicket coming from it, 2 runs off it. The Coimbra Knights at the end of the second are 4 for 1. And I think I'm going to put this down to a bit of lack of accountability with the bat so far. Just need to play sensible. Just need to get bat on balls. We can take a look at the standings. As I said, a victory here would make them 4 wins from a possible 6 and put them on 8 points. 2 points ahead of Marlow. Obviously Marlow yet to play their 5th and 6th games. And the Lisbon Capitals, and obviously they managed to get a win, and what a win it was, as we're going to see Parveen Singh continue here. And they come through, and it could be close, but it's a bit of a fumble from the man at point, and they end up coming through pretty comfortably for a single. Well, this is going to go into the leg side, and that looks like it's gone all the way, and it has. That's signalled by umpire Conrad, and it says Correidas here, and that's going to release a little bit of pressure for the Knights. Into the leg side. Didn't really have much of an idea as to where this was going. But goes all the way, and it's a much-needed boundary. It's the first boundary hit in response from the Coimbra Knights, and it comes in the third. And again, going back to his usual style, Manjit Singh. He's clearly been sent in for one thing and one thing only. Does not look comfortable at the moment facing Parveen Singh. He's only going to see off 3 more deliveries. You just wonder, rather than taking wild swipes, if you could just look to get bad on ball and rotate the strike. And this time, he gets bad on ball. And a bit of aggression there from Parveen Singh. Might be getting a little bit frustrated at being hoiked into the leg side, or attempted to be pulled into the leg side. Time in and time again. It's a dot ball nonetheless. And this time he gets a bit of bat on this, and they will come through for... Well, I struggled to see that because of the sun, but it's eventually gone through. It's gone through the fielder. Gone through the skipper, and it's 4 runs, and 4 again welcomed runs here for the Coimbra Knights. Well, Shrug, this will make you happy, Mcdade. Just letting me know he's going to sort an account out tomorrow and subscribe. He clearly wants to see me get dunked by some ice water alongside Vinny and Rico. So I hope that makes you happy, Shrug. And again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do let us know where you're watching from. And let's get some random questions in as well, as we look to finish off the power play here. Well, that's going to help proceedings. That one looks a little bit more convincing. This time gets more bat on it than ever, and it sails into the leg side. And a good end to the power play with 6 corridas for the Coimbra Knights. Again, looking to go into the leg side. He's looking for that delivery. And this time he manages to get it. It gets to the middle of the bat, and it sails over the head. 6 runs. And at the end of the power play, the Coimbra Knights, 21 for 1. The end of the power play. And we take a look at comparisons here. Well, at this point, Gamblers, well, they were 24 for 2, so they're only 3 runs ahead. And obviously a wicket ahead as well, Coimbra. So a wicket and 3 runs below. And this is just played into the offside, and they're going to come through for the single. So James Smallman just rotating the strike here and letting Manjit Singh do the hitting. He's 16 off 8 now, with 17 coming off of that previous over. Ultra going to say, come on Knights, show us better batting performance. You can do it. Plenty of Knights fans out there. Wow. This time he has to go, so he's going for the big shot into the leg side once again, but he finds the outside edge, and Cambodge gets his second, and the Coimbra Knights are 22 for 2. Just sticking to his line and length. And Kuldeep Galia, well, he's clearly made his intentions and feelings known about that batting display. And, well, Manjit Singh, he has to go. The new batsman to the crease is Vikash Kumar, who had a good first opening game with the bat, but hasn't really managed to contribute effectively since. But that's Cambodge's second now. He is 2 for 3 off of his 1.2 overs. So he's got 4 deliveries to get another 3 wickets to try and get on that 5-wicket horse board. And the lights are now on. They've been switched on at the end of the first innings. Slowly going to be starting to play more of an effect the deeper into this innings we go. So Vikash Kumar facing up for his first delivery here. Oh, and this one, inside edge onto the pad and almost clattering into the stumps. This time gets a little bit more luck than the previous attempt. Pushing at this one really. It's a dot ball, and again Cambodge right on the money. This time it's wider outside the off stump. Trying to play this into the off stump, and it's just going to be the dot ball. So 2 deliveries remaining. Again, outstanding bowling from the 2 openers. Obviously, Paddington getting a little bit of tap in that previous over, but again, he's been supported by Cambodge here. Essentially straight to the man, and they push through for the single, and it forces the fumble, and it comes through comfortably for the 1 run. But let's go for some random questions. Do get them in on the YouTube chat, or if not, you can send them to my Instagram at CJ_Hunt_. Get some random questions in. We're in the final innings of the day. So we've had 6 games here now from Italy and here in Portugal. Smallman into, looks like it could be close here. I think he's gone here. We're going to go upstairs. But Tyrone Peters is nodding here, and Smallman's not stopped. He keeps on going. I think he knows. That's outstanding work from Cambodge to get another wicket for his team here off of his own bowling. He was an early call of yes. He didn't middle it. You see here, it turns around. Great awareness, and he's gone. He's gone by a long way. And Smallman doesn't get the contribution that he wanted, and the signal's up, and he has to go. Outstanding bit of work from Nitin Cambodge, and what a way to finish your spell with a great contribution to your team's play. So at the end of the 4th over, the Coimbra Knights are 23 for 3. As Alter Ego just asking, are the lights on yet, or is this just an evening twilight? So the lights are on, sun slowly going down, but the lights are on. And as I said, 6 games coming your way from Monday to Saturday. And again, we go back to Rome tomorrow for the Italian Super Series, the final week of the 5-week Italian summer. Rome CC, they'll be taking on Cricket Stars in the first 2 matches of the day, and then we'll see Albano taking on Gina Brescia in matches 7 and 8. And again, a huge shout out to all the crew out in Rome dealing with immense temperatures. I know that they've had equipment failing due to the heat, overheating. Vinny's been saying he's not even been able to phone people because it's been so hot. So a huge well done to all of the crew out there at the moment. And again, a huge well done to Vinny, Rico, and also Nikki Chowdhury as well, making her European Cricket Network debut. What a great day she had, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more from her in the future. But the new batsman is Mcdade. Tries to play this, and just missing out on this one. Mcdade. After Marcus Shrug asking, did you get your squashes? Well, I can tell you, I certainly did. And it was, in fact, James Smallman who brought them over, which was very, very kind of him. And Jay Prakash now. Similar delivery again, and Pedro Mcdade can't get him away on that offside. It's twice now, struggling on here. I did get my squashies, and they're very, very yummy, have to be said. There's a reason why they're one of my top sweets. And again outside the off stump. And again trying to play this into the offside, but to no avail. And Pedro Mcdade struggling to get off the mark here. It's his 3rd delivery. Interesting to see him come in here this early. Obviously they've got batsmen such as Amit Kumar and Lavi Saini who can certainly hit a decent ball. And this time he will get a bit of bat on this one, and they'll come through for the 1 run. So Mcdade's off the mark. This is a good start from Abdurrahman. Bikash Kumar into the leg side again. Doesn't get all of it, but takes on Nam. Cambodge. This time gets through safely for another single. So struck with a random question. Before I answer that, a very good afternoon to Kitty Hunley. Hope you're well. Watching from, I believe it's out in America. Hope you're well. Enjoying the cricket. Shrug saying, place you'd most like to visit. Now that is a very tough question, I have to say. I have to take a minute to think about that one as we continue on here in the 5th over. This is Fuller and met with a full face of the bat. The hand goes up and says, wait there, and it's no run to end the 5th. And at the halfway stage, Coimbra Knights behind the run rate, 25 for 3. So a place I'd most like to visit. Well, I would very much like to. I've never been to Australia, so that's somewhere that I really like to go. I'd like to visit the MCG, I reckon, and then also, well, the robot saying I'd like to visit the ECN Golden Ball factory. Well, it seems to be I'm a lucky viewer. I'm a lucky visitor, as I almost felt a little bit bad for the likes of Vinny and Rico. They're doing so many matches on air, not had one in a long time, and I just jump on and click my fingers and it's there. But we've got Jay Prakash now. This is off the pad, and they're going to come through for the 1 run. So it's a leg bye. I think somewhere that I'd, yeah, Australia's on my list. I'd also like to get out to India at some point. Never been there. Also, you know, we've got loads of viewers out in India, of course, watching on FanCode. Would love to get out there at some point. That's for sure. I think also the Maldives is quite high on my list as well. Little holiday. There's a bit of an appeal. Mcdade just saying doesn't really get any run. Chris as well, and Alter Ego in there as well. Hope you're all well and enjoying the cricket as well. Alter Ego saying you would love to see Taj Mahal in India. I'd have to agree with you. My brother has been there. And I've not. Well, this is going to be 4 wides. It's not going to be 4 wides. It's Cambodge once again. Well, he just can't get out of the game at this point. He manages to come round, and it's just going to be the 1 run off the wide. The robot, he's on fire today. Vinny's wardrobe is a place the robot would love to go. I think we'd all like to see what's in Vinny's wardrobe. A few cobwebs probably in there as well. But no, Vinny's wardrobe is certainly an interesting sight for the eyes. Wow, this is good bowling from Jay Prakash, and they look to take him on. He could be close. And they're going to try and come back, but Pedro Mcdade is too far past the crease. And they come back to just be 1 run. Shrug with a very good point, saying Portugal is the place for golden balls, it seems. Last 2 both there, but just a 3-month gap between 405 matches. If you haven't seen what happened yesterday, go ahead and take a look. It's on all of our social medias. There it was. We broke the golden ball. This one pushing in for pace, and Mcdade just pushing this into the offside off of his glove, and it's just going to be the 1 run. Chris saying I need to refill my Viking beer horn with more beer. Well, there you go. Hope you're enjoying yourself, Chris. Enjoying the evening cricket here. This is hit into the offside, and they're going to come through. It could be tight. A direct hit would have been close. They're going to look to come back, and they take him on. And he comes through for a second. Kuldigalia not happy with the way that was fielded, but it's just 2 runs to the total and 2 runs for Kumar. Mohamed Zakaria as well in the chat. A very good evening to you. And again, this time splits the fielders but finds the man out in the deep, and it's just 1 run. And again, that brings us to the close of the 6th. The Coimbra Knights 33 for 3, so 3's all round, 33 for 3. If you are watching, let's get some more random questions in. Let me know. Give us some interesting questions. Take a look at the bowling stats here for the Gamblers. No one really getting much treatment. Parveen Singh bit of a different time out this time. No wickets, 19 runs off of his 2 overs. But Nitin Kamboj, 4 runs, 2 wickets for him. Outstanding bowling as it's going to be. Shohid Rahman to continue. And this is full. Down the leg side, and it's going to be signalled. Wide down the leg side. So not the start that Rahman would have wanted here. And it's going to be another wide, so not the start to this over that Rahman would have wanted. 2 wides. Things just getting away from him here. Shrug, random question once again. Thank you, Shrug. If Jeff Bezos called you, would you go into space then? Is that even a question? I think if you turn that down, I don't know why you'd turn that down. Of course I'd go. 110%. This is flicked and flicked well into the leg side, but there's a man covering the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's Ranjit Narayan, and it's come through comfortably for a single. But no, 100% I'd go into space with Jeff Bezos. I'd go into space with anyone. Nasser, if you're watching, I'm your man. Let me come with you. See if we can get the first ever cricket ball. We've done a lot of firsts here on the European Cricket Network. See if we can try and get the first cricket ball ever bowled in or out of this atmosphere. This one's staying low, and Kuldeep Goliath not really putting 110% into this one, and they come through for a bye. I'm sure saying that Vinny and Rico said no. Well, I'm going to have a conversation with them two at some point. I'm pretty sure next time I see Vinny will be in Belgium. I'm going to have to ask him as to why, and I'm sure we'll find out why. I'm sure Vinny's got plenty of reasons. But for me, it just makes total sense. Well, this is hit well, and it's split the fielders. But this time, Jay Prakash comes through, and it's just the one run. It's nurdling. The 1s and 2s here are almost. It's interesting. You're almost admitting defeat pretty early on, which is interesting. They were in the game. They were never out of it. Well, this is up in the air, and it's taken. It's a good catch by Parveen Singh. And Pedro Madeira has to go. He has to go. He was eating up a few deliveries. He goes for 2 off of 9, and the Coimbra Knights now are 38 for 4. No, I have to say, I really don't understand. I'd love to know why. I'd like to hear out as to why they don't want to go to space. You know, there's talks of Mars and you know, just an or you know, sort of airplane being thrown up into space. If I was approached, I'd 100% turn around and say I'd be there. And Shrug saying, pineapple on pizza? Absolutely not. It's one thing I do not stand. If you order pineapple on pizza, don't talk to me. I might have upset a few people with that, but something I'm very, very keen on. And wow, this is an inside edge, and it's going to sail away. Well, there's a bit of everything. Hits the keeper, hits the batsman, and it's just the 1 run to the total. So it does look as if, well, unless the new batsman, who Gurjit Singh, if he can get going here, then they might be in with the chance, but it's a slim chance to say. Bottom edge from Kumar. They come through again for the 1. So we haven't had a boundary since the 3rd over here in this innings. Well, Shrug agreeing with me, saying I'm with you on that. Fruit and pizza do not belong together. And Christmas saying that his 17-year-old daughter loves pineapple on her pizza. I just can't get around it. You know, pizza's supposed to be enjoyable, but don't forget, there's more enjoyable cricket coming up tomorrow. Alongside the Italian Super Series, we'll be back, and we'll have a very interesting matchup as the Malakalanders, they'll be taking on Gorka 11 in matches 13 and 14, and that will be following the Super Series, starting at 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European time, and 9:30 in the evening if you're in India. And again, do stick around for that tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, as we make our way closer towards 300,000. Well, this is up in the air. There's a man under it, and it's another catch for Parveen Singh. And I'm happy to see this, but the batsmen aren't scared to give this a go. There's no point of sitting there and just counting your fingers and waiting until we can get to the end of the innings. Giving it a go, but this time Akash Kumar has to go, and the Coimbra Knights are now 40 for 5. New batsman is Balvinder Singh. Didn't have a great time of it with the ball. It'll be interesting to see if he comes out swinging. And Ankush Kumar, well, first ball, first wicket for him in this game, as he ended up making his way into the attack. Well, there you go. One brings two, as the classic cricket saying. Ankush Kumar, he's bowled 2 deliveries, he's got 2 wickets, and he's on a hat-trick. Could we have another one here in Portugal? And Balvinder Singh has to go for a golden duck, top of off. That's what you taught as a kid. And this one clashes into the top of off stump. Coimbra Knights now 40 for 6. So it's interesting here. The Coimbra Knights never really looked as if they were going to try and give themselves a chance. Playing under the cosh straight away. Now this is going to be interesting. Now, Amit Kumar is the next man in, and we have an opportunity here. There we go. Taj Mohammed, well, he got a hat-trick against the same team, Coimbra Knights, earlier on in this tournament. He took 4 for 2 off of 2 overs for him. But Ankush Kumar, he's on for the hat-trick now. Are we going to see 2 hat-tricks in a week here in Portugal? The fielders are in. They're all catching. And it's going to be Amit Kumar on strike. Well, that's not the type of delivery you want to bowl if you're on a hat-trick. It's a wide down the leg side. But it's good work again from Nitin Kamboj. And normally, fine leg is sort of where you might try and hide a fielder, but I tell you what, he's been on fire down there. One of the better fielders here for the Gamblers SC. Not leaking many runs as it's now Gurjeet Singh on strike. Well, this one going to fall through. It could be close at the far end, but it's not thrown to the correct end, and it ends up just being a dot ball. Just saying my 19-year-old son is corn, sweet corn as it is in the UK, and cherry tomatoes. I agree with sweet corn. Sweet corn I'd quite enjoy on a pizza. Might be controversial, but I do enjoy sweet corn, it has to be said. Good take from Kuldeep Walia. This one just staying low and running through. Comes through for just the single, for the dot ball correction. So lights in full effect now. No more sunlight here on el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. Looking to go big into the leg side was Singh, but it gets this one all wrong. Adjusts himself. And it's again just another dot ball. But what a first over this has been for Ankush Kumar. 2 runs off it, but 2 wickets as well. Can he finish off with a third? This one doing all sorts. But again, a good over from Ankush Kumar. 2 runs off it, but 2 wickets as well. And at the end of the 8th, the Coimbra Knights are 42 for 6. And it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thank you once again to everyone in and around the ground for helping out and running this tournament. Obviously a huge thanks to the Blue Crew who we'll name later on, but also huge thanks to the production crew that we've got here in Portugal at the moment, and most importantly to everyone in the clubhouse. And I know that you might be able to hear me, it might not be straight away. A huge thank you to you. There's an appeal, and I think he's got him. There's a nick, and Club de Galia just turning around saying, you know that there was a nick there, and Ami Kuman has to go for yet another golden duck, and it's another wicket for the bowler there. And what? That's a good bit of keeping from Galia. He knew straight away. He made the breakthrough, and Mela gets a wicket early on here in his first ball of his over. And the Coimbra Knights are 42 for 7. And again, a huge thank you to everyone in the clubhouse. I know there might be a bit of a delay. They have got the stream on the TV in the clubhouse. So a huge thank you to all of you. And without any of you in there, we wouldn't be fed and watered. Again, it is much appreciated. Oh, love Isaini. There might have been a bit of a nick on this one. Digolea just manages to get a hand on this one and prevents it from running through. And Saini hitting this well. He's going to find the fielder, and they're going to just beat the 1 run. Well, this time he's hit this flat again into the offside, and well, there's a bit of a lapse in concentration, and that is the first boundary we've had since the 3rd over, and it's cuatro carreiras here in Portugal. It was short and wide outside the off stump, and Gurjit Singh punishes him into the offside. And again, a bit of a bottom edge. Well, it could be close at the non-striker's end. Oh, it's all happening. I think we might have an injury here, as the bat jagged into the ground. And Navi Saini looking as if he's walking a little bit gingerly on that right leg of his. Give it a bit of a shake. I'm sure that'll do it some good. And he seems like he's almost okay now. And this is another short delivery. But this time respected. And it's a dot ball T10. So good over from Mela. 1 wicket from it. 5 runs as well. And at the end of the 9th, the Coimbra Knights are 47 for 7. So 1 over remaining in today's play. Match number 12. And again, it just gives me a minute to take a huge thank you to everyone in the YouTube chat. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the commentary for these 2 games. Myself, Charlie Hunt, here for the European Cricket Network. Again, appreciate all of your inputs. Keeping me company here. Can get a little bit lonely, but we're ready to start the 10th over, and it's Jay Prakash. And lovely Saini into the leg side. And it's going to be just the 1 run, and it brings Gurjit Singh back on strike. A shorter delivery again from Jay Prakash. Gurjit Singh trying to play this over the top on the offside, but gets nothing on it. And well, that's a good bit of work. We're going to go upstairs, but I think he knows that he's gone here. We're just going to go upstairs to make sure. But again, I think it's an incredible bit of glove work from Kuldeep Golia. Take a look here. That's outstanding work. Rapid hands from the keeper, Kuldeep Golia. Doesn't even get a chance to get his bat down at all. Sharp keeping, says Shah, going to have to agree. And the batsman, Gurjit Singh, has to go. And the Coimbra Knights are now 48 for 8. We're just waiting for confirmation, just so it can be communicated to the on-field umpires, and the finger goes. There we go. And Kitty Honey saying she's glad she's off tomorrow. Hopefully the action will be better. Well, hopefully you will be back for tomorrow for some exceptional, exciting cricket. And the new batsman is going to be Girish Singh, coming in at the realm here for the Coimbra Knights, as they now need, well, just want to look at to survive this over. 3 deliveries remaining from Jay Prakash. This is an inside edge. It's going to run through. Not going to come back for the second, and it's again that man. He's put an excellent shift in out in the field today, both with the ball and in the work, and it's a good bit of fielding again, and credit where credit's due. Navai Saini on strike now. And again into the leg side. It should just be the one, and it will be. So one final delivery here in match number 12. It's a good shot into the leg side, but it'll just be the 1 run. And that brings curtains here to match number 12. And, well, it's confirmed victory for the Gamblers. So they will take 2 from 2. They defeat the Coimbra Knights by a total of 62 runs here in match number 12. And a huge thank you to everyone in and around the ground. It gives me an opportunity to thank everyone involved. Obviously, the blue crew here on the ground, myself alongside Maxi, Shub, Tyrone Peters, and Miguel Stoneman out in doing scoring as well. And then a huge thank you to Pablo and Faf. Obviously, Faf has stepped in. He was a bit of umpiring yesterday, but he's also helping around the ground. And also Buck Stoneman, who's been officiating alongside Gert Oosthuizen and Conrad Greenshields as well. And then a huge thank you to the production crews. We get to take a look at the highlights. But again, the production crew of Ms. Lavian and Daniel providing you the pictures again this evening, and it's been an outstanding weekday of cricket, it has to be said. A couple of one-sided games, it has to be said, as the Gamblers SC, they just dominated the Coimbra Knights, and in this game it was a little bit disappointing to see that they came out and never really looked to take it on early on. A couple of wickets fell early, and they just almost fell into their shell a little bit, which was a shame. But again, that man bowling extremely well. Nitin Kamboj was good, but and this again an outstanding bit of fielding, just proving that he's had a great shift out there today. That was another wicket to fall. Pedro Madeira couldn't really get going, ended up going for 2 for 9. It just never really seemed like they were going to be able to get going. And Praveen Singh taking two catches to go with his fifer in the first game here this evening. But again, a huge thank you to everyone in the clubhouse as well here at Miranda de Córdoba. Barry and Nina alongside all of the helpers out in over in the clubhouse. Without them, we wouldn't be getting watered and fed. And a huge thank you, the biggest shout out of all, to everyone in the chat keeping me company over the last couple of hours. A huge thank you to Kitty, to Chris, to Mike, to Shrug, to James, who was in here earlier as well, to Alter Ego as well. And again, a huge thank you to all of you for your inputs over the last couple of hours, keeping me going here in Portugal. But remember, we'll be back later on tomorrow at work, as we have to remember we've got more cricket coming your way, as there's cricket coming from Italy in the Super Series tomorrow. And again, it's been an absolute privilege to bring you the commentary as we take a look at the scorecards. And I'm going to leave you as to look at the scorecards, and at the end, well, it's a pretty comfortable victory for the Gamblers. They beat Coimbra Knights by 63 runs. And again, a huge thank you as you've been watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good night.